and kelp farming is a growing industry in Alaska. In 2019, Alaska had 11 operating kelp farms, with 12 more in the works.
I'd like to call the meeting of the Board of Game at 9:01 a.m. We have all 7 board members present. One is attending via Zoom. And this morning we'll be doing public testimony. And at the end of our public testimony, we're going to take we'll probably take breaks in between, but at the end we'll look at what time we have and see if we can start deliberations. But we'll probably start some deliberations this afternoon, so the department needs to be ready for that. Thank you, Ryan. He's got a big smile on his face. Okay, so our first member of the public to testify this morning is Rod Arno on my list, and I see that he was in the room. So go ahead, Ron. I think you know the protocol. You've done this before.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the board members for their willingness to come participate in the public process and pay attention to conservation and listen to a lot of special interest groups. AOC's comments are PC4. The other thing I'd like to bring attention to and what I'll talk about is the staff's comments, ADF and G's comments. The Outdoor Council, as you know, is a statewide organization, represents over 10,000 Alaskans who enjoy the opportunity to harvest public resources on public lands and are also interested in conservation and access to public lands. On the department's comments on page 386, and this is the AOC's proposal 211 to go ahead and repeal the community subsistence harvest in the Copper Basin. The department writes, the ANS for moose and caribou are being met or exceeded in Unit 13 with state and federal subsistence harvest opportunities outside of the CSH. And that's a really important observation that the department made there. And the significance of that is that, you know, based on the state subsistence law, which says all Alaskans have the opportunity, if they choose to participate in subsistence hunt, AS 160525 8B2A through C, you know, tells you what you do when there is enough harvestable surplus to meet subsistence needs, that what other opportunities can be provided for. And the thing that the Outdoor Council is interested in is having a reasonable opportunity for all Alaskans to participate in subsistence if there are just personal use. So, you know, when we look at the fact that there's 10,000 Alaskans, or if they put in multiple permits or requests for the any bull moose, that's 10,228 permits were bought to participate in GMU 13 with a chance of getting 5 permits. And now these folks, you know, would like to have that same opportunity that the folks in the community subsistence harvest, where you got 1,000, maybe 700 that can apply for a permit and the locking tag. And out of those, 350 will go ahead and get a permit. So your odds of getting an any bull permit in the community subsistence harvest are astronomical compared to what Alaskans are willing to take a chance to participate in an any bull harvest in GMU 13. And the importance of that, you know, is pretty clear. It's that, you know, AOC has no problem with the communities wanting to get together and share. Those opportunities happen all the time. Individual hunters who don't have 24 other friends, possibly, they go out and they can go ahead and harvest an any bull. That's a heck of an opportunity for anybody who's ever been on a moose hunt. If it's your first time, or if it's multiple times, or if you have kids with you, the idea that, okay, you know, you got a bull, you're working it, you can hear it, and you don't have to be sitting there telling the kid, I'm not sure it's legal, I'm not sure it's legal. So you can see the importance of it. And the Outdoor Council, the first bylaw is conservation of the resource. Department's done an excellent job on that since statehood. And the second is quality and access to public resources. And so clearly, when we've got over 10,000 Alaskans willing to go ahead and put in permits for any bull that demands there, and they should have a reasonable opportunity to participate in that hunt. I guess the important thing is that, when you see the state subsistence law, it's pretty easy to see when you go back and you look at the Manning case before the Supreme Court, that the Supreme Court has clearly, Alaska Supreme Court has, made it clear that the board recognizes the two separate patterns. It recognizes that the board uses a multiple factor point system to assess how each applicant, will fare. Well, when you look at the permits, the 1,700 people that are in the community subsistence harvest, 125 of the permits for the 21-22 season went to residents of the 8 communities of the original community subsistence harvest. 137 of those tags, went elsewhere into urban areas. There's a few leftovers around, but when you go through the figures and look at it, you can see that like Cantwell, Golcana, Solana, Mentasta, Chitina, most of those folks got the permit. So when you look at that compared to the average of the Anchorage, that the Tier 2 system is working. And, this whole community subsistence harvest thing got together because of complaints about the Tier 2. But clearly, as we can see what's going on here, the Tier 2 system does work. And when you look at the few people who live in the basin, that apply for those permits, most of them are getting it, but most of the people, that do want to hunt there in community subsistence harvest, a lot of them, are ones that have moved to town, an advantage that the state gives that the feds don't.
Right.
Out of time. Thanks.
Okay. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Ron, I guess my question, so are you suggesting that if the CSH goes away, you would be in support of Tier 2?
Yeah, through the chair, Lynn. Yeah, absolutely. Look how well that it's been applied in 16, and we still have other hunts. To give that advantage to subsistence uses in the Nelchina Basin. I see no problem with going through the Tier 2. That's what's in statute, and the Outdoor Council supports Tier 2 process.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Rod? Well, if not, thanks for your testimony, Rod, and I'm sure we all read your written comments and are familiar with the AOC's position on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And our next testifier is Thor Stacy.
Here's a more detailed list.
And you're going to testify for yourself and the organization?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to give the APHA testimony first. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Thor Stacy, and I'm representing the Alaska Professional Hunters Association. APHA takes a statewide approach to the proposals in front of you and all the proposals at the various board meetings. We look for consistency across the state and how we approach the impacts of this process to hunting guides here in the state. 85% of the active registered guides in the state are Alaskan residents, and over 50% of the economic benefits and the meat sharing benefits from the hunting guide community are derived in rural Alaska or felt in rural areas. Guided hunter or guides are small businesses. Guiding remains a lifestyle kind of choice. I think the word industry is a way of talking about guides statewide, but it doesn't necessarily get to what guiding is a use of wildlife. It's more of a lifestyle. The total allocation of guided hunters in the state is 3% of the total opportunity. So we represent a very small percentage of the pie on a statewide basis as far as opportunity goes. With that, I'm going to go to some proposals. They are out of numeric order, but they're in order of the proposal book, and you'll notice that in our written comments as well. Proposal 7, to increase the black bear limit in 13D and 16, we support that. Proposal 198, which eliminates bear baiting close to private cabins with a 50-mile buffer, we oppose that. We think that that would be a terrible precedent. Proposal 13, to increase the non-resident moose tags in 17A and extend the season slightly, we support that. A similar proposal was forwarded in Dillingham, and now the department has a proposal to do this now. Proposal 28, we oppose. That would go to a one bear every year season in Game Management Unit 9. There was a lot of discussion amongst the guides as we developed our position on that proposal. We recognized that the increase in harvest would probably be slight, but Game Management Unit 9 has been managed as a trophy area for a long time. There's been a complex set of bag limits and seasons, alternating years, spring and fall, one bear every 4 to kind of keep the lid on the conservation concerns in that unit. And the guides really focused on hunter behavior. We have a lot of experience guiding hunters and dealing with people's choices in the field. And there was a feeling that by going to one bear every year, folks would be more willing to take smaller bears and potentially even less selective with boar and sow harvest. And also the public perception would be that we're moving away from a trophy brown bear area in Unit 9. Unit 9 and 8 are similar in those kinds of management objectives, as is Game Management Unit 4 in Southeast Alaska. Moving to Proposal 206, I'll briefly address this now. Proposal 206 proposes kind of a grab bag of ways to increase harvest in Game Management Unit 9, specifically to increase resident allocation and resident opportunity. And I just want to go back to the conservation concerns that arose in Dillingham in the last meeting. There was concerns raised by the area biologist about the harvest composition and some recruitment of cohorts coming up in the population, specifically younger bears. And as the guides looked at that, conservation comes first. And even though it affects the business viability to reduce seasons or go through some of those restrictions, we supported those compromises. So those options to increase harvest, we oppose. Proposal 207 to close all bear hunting in Unit 9, we oppose. Proposal 208, which would align Game Management Unit 9C with A and B from a conservation perspective, we support that. 9C is more like A and B than it is subunits D and E. Proposals 214 and 217 we oppose. Those would eliminate the non-resident drawing hunts in Game Management Unit 13. And what we'd like to point out is that ANS is being met or exceeded in Game Management Unit 13 for caribou and moose, and that those non-resident drawing hunts are an up to number, which means they could be 0. So that allows the department to set a number for non-resident opportunity with a cap, but it doesn't guarantee a number. And with that, my time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Stacy. Questions for him? Go ahead, Jake.
Through the chair to Mr. Stacy, could you explain a little bit about maybe some COVID-related impacts that guides have experienced in the last couple of years?
Through the chair, Member Fletcher, Yeah, first off, I'd like to thank this board and the department for working through the Game Management Unit 9 alternating season issue and moving some of that opportunity ahead. That was a heavy lift and very much appreciated, but statewide guides have experienced a lot of destabilization from COVID. Many hunt cancellations, travel restrictions, in some cases, non-resident aliens who have to hire a guide for all species have not been allowed to travel to the country. So and you'll notice that there's very few guides at this meeting. The first live trade shows are happening now again. So there's been a destabilization to very, very small businesses with significant impacts on our customers. And the guides have had a lot of concern about how they interact in small communities across the state, being very aware that small communities without medical capacity are vulnerable if COVID takes hold in a small community. So there's been social impacts, employment impacts, and the guides have been going through a rough patch.
Any further questions from committee members? If not, I have one. Oh, go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Thor, for representing your group and appreciate you participating. My question on the one bear every 4 years, do you think that really has an impact on the conservation from the data that's, been shown for the last 20 years?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, I think if the status of Unit 9 bears, especially in D&E, is still an issue of concern, like it was a few years ago, it certainly could. I mean, there's a lot of units in the state where you can harvest one bear every year. I don't think that counts against I guess it would count against your ability to hunt Unit 9, but I mean, the big picture conservation impacts, it's hard to tell. It doesn't seem like it's a huge, it would be a huge impact. But the guides were concerned about the selectivity and human behavior aspect, especially when there's one bear every year seasons already around villages or close to communities to deal with human bear conflicts. So that would just be in the sport hunting areas or the sport hunting hunts that would affect. So directly answer your question, unknown, it appears to be small, but it is an unknown in Unit 9.
Just a follow-up. And then on Proposal 206, there was another group suggesting that they open a resident season only after basically after the guiding season is over. Is your group opposed to that, or do you have an opinion on it, I guess?
Through the chair, we're strongly opposed to that.
Okay.
We're strongly opposed to that because there was once again, a conservation concern that arose in Dillingham. There was a lot of work between the guides that were at the meeting, between the public that was at the meeting. Information was presented to AC representatives there, and we worked through a compromise to save some bear harvest. And our feeling at this point would be that good faith effort, if we were to and the goal was to change one thing at a time, right? So you have a lot of different factors. You could go differential season lengths, you could change bag limits, methods, and the whole smorgasbord of options. And what the board did in Dillingham was change one thing, and they shortened the seasons both spring and fall, the same for residents and non-residents. We would feel pretty strongly that going to a differential season after addressing a conservation issue would be a breach of good faith effort to work through that problem in Dillingham at this point. In the future, maybe different, but at this point.
That's it. Thank you, Thor.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Thor. Did your organization have any comments about this Emperor Geese proposals at all?
Through the chair, we did not.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a question for you, Thor. Back to Proposal 206. what we heard yesterday is the perception of resident hunters is that it's almost impossible to hunt without stepping on a guide, and the guides don't like to be stepped on, obviously, and vice versa. The conflict between resident hunters and guides. And that's a theme that comes up frequently. It comes up here, and it comes in complaints to another board on which I sit. So how do you propose, how would your organization suggest that we deal with that, absent having a separate resident season?
The chair, I think there's two different, first off, there's two significant land statuses in Unit 9 to focus on that unit. We have state lands where we have an unlimited number of guides that operate. And then we have federal lands that are limited, one guide per area. In the Dillingham meeting, I forget the number, but I think that the hunter density was as much as 10, maybe 15 times higher on state land units than it was on federal units. And that is mainly non-resident guided hunting. So overall, the density of hunters in Unit 9 is very, very low. In a big picture, it's a huge unit. So other places, I mean, let's just say you go to a differential season, you still have guide on guide potential conflicts. Then you have resident on resident potential conflicts, and then you have to look at another commercial use, which is transporters. And the moment that you separate those seasons, you create a market for transporters. And once you go to transporters where you have you have some leash on guides, especially on federal land. But once you go to transporters as another dominant commercial use, transporters are not held to the same standards of conflict avoidance, especially guides on federal land. So the moment that you separate those seasons, you open the door for more conflict versus less, would be our experience.
Thank you for your answer, and thank you for your testimony. No further questions. You had personal testimony.
Yes, Mr. Chair. My name is Thor Stacy. I'm a lifelong Alaskan resident. I'm a registered guide. I've been guiding for 24 years. I'm also employed by the Alaska Professional Hunters Association as their Director of Government Affairs. I am a registered lobbyist for that group, and I do some lobbying for other wildlife conservation groups in the legislature, not here at the Board of Game. I have guided in Game Management Unit 9E and D as an assistant guide over the years, so I have quite a fair amount of on-the-ground experience there. And I'm going to go through some of my personal observations related to the discussion on Proposal 206. I want to clear up some confusion over the conservation concerns that we're addressing. First off, the conservation concerns that were raised in Dillingham manifested themselves in harvest data. And the area biologist did a good job of looking at harvest data and showed that we were harvesting an increasingly older bear, and we were harvesting less younger, mature bears. And there was a concern that there wasn't new bears coming into the population. There was an unknown reason for that, but there was concern that we had the proverbial bubble that could pop. Guides struggled to accept that. Some guides had different experience in the field than others, but ultimately the board, guides at the meeting, APHA, and the public worked to a compromise to shorten those seasons. We decided to change one factor, which was evenly shortening the spring and the fall season. The fall season we shortened on the front end. The spring season we shortened on the back end. Later on, this was changed in an ACR the next year. Units 9A and B and C were included in that discussion, but the conservation concerns were really 9E and D, which is the lower peninsula. At this time, the new harvest data is incomplete, and with the 2020 non-hunting season, essentially, it's different than what it has been before. The data set is not consistent. And so we really want, that's a factor. At this point, the harvest data set is not consistent or directly comparable with what we had when we were working in Dillingham. Given the compromise in Dillingham, it's my feeling, and I've worked through a lot of different conflicts in the public sphere, that changing this significantly now would be too soon, and could upset that. And trust me, there's guides that would love for you to expand the resident and non-resident season at the same time right now for operational reasons. So there is a real desire between my colleagues in the guiding world in some areas to expand those seasons for non-residents. But you don't see those requests for 9E or D because of the conservation realities. Historically, 9, it's been a focus of modern bear management. They looked at ways to promote opportunity and avoid drawing hunts, went to alternating spring seasons, 1 bear every 4 years, and that system has worked very, very successfully for a long time. And I think I just point to the success of the Unit 9 model. You have a high demand animal, a valuable animal, and it's been sustainably managed, and it hasn't required going to a drawing hunt for either resident or non-residents. That's a pretty big success, I would say. You have to be, and once again, this is my observation, we don't do an economic or a market analysis here where we look at changing these seasons. The reason is there's very few commercial interests here at the Board of Game. At the Board of Fish, North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, there's a lot of economic interests involved. And I don't think that this process needs that economic analysis. But if there's one thing that I've learned in the past 10 years, working in my professional capacity for the Guide Association, is once you open up a new market, you can have some really interesting things happen with differential demand. And that can really play out over time to reduce Alaskan resident opportunity, change how guide businesses are run, and stability. And it can ultimately manifest itself in conservation issues. We've seen that in Southeast Alaska with black bears, and we have a huge conflict right now in Northwestern Alaska over how to deal with a caribou herd that has less harvestable surplus than it used to have. And transporters and guides are both part of that landscape, conflicts, and harvest. So those are some personal observations that I have. And I will say that there is an argument that's forwarded that somehow residents bore the,
You can finish your thought there.
the guides, I'm going to focus on the fall season, on what those, shortening those seasons mean. So at the end of September, moose season, I think, ends on the September 25th. Historically, before we shortened the seasons in Dillingham, the bear season started on October 1st. Now it starts on October 7th. Well, what that means to a small guide business is your entire staff, all your assistant guides, whatever, you now have to fly out of the field and back to the field. And even with those additional expenses, which are significant to a small business, the guides still stepped forward and supported shortening those seasons. And I just would like to point out that this idea that one group or another feels the pain more or less, it's a shared resource, it's a shared burden, conservation comes first. And I would have a hard time looking anyone in the eye here if I came in front of you and said that my people or my group felt the most pain or were the most harmed by an action when we had to do something for conservation. So the pain was shared.
Thank you, Mr. Stacy. And any questions from board members on his personal testimony? Go ahead, Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thor, we heard some comments earlier this week, some testimony about the sow harvest, and got to see some numbers about the sow harvest in Game Management Unit 9. Do you have any thoughts or information about how that differs from other hunts maybe in the state?
Through the chair, Member Fletcher, appreciate the question. Non-residents kill the same percentage more of boars as they do sows. They just take more bears in Unit 9. More non-residents participate in Unit 9. So the order of magnitude, those arguments that came forward, you could transmit that straight over to boars as well. I thought that was while mathematically accurate, representing it in terms of allocation or conservation, I thought it would be kind of a stretch. However, I will say that guides take a higher, now going to percentages, the guides harvest a higher percentage of sows in Unit 9 than they do now on Kodiak or Game Management Unit 4. And Kodiak and Game Management Unit 4, there's been a management plan that's drafted that's kind of encouraged guides to not take very many sows. Game Management Unit 9, we don't have a similar management plan in place, but if this board or the department or the public, through whatever mechanism, said, hey, we want the guides to become more selective and take less sows, we can see from other units that that would work very well. Guides are good at choosing boars over sows. So that's just a matter of setting a management objective. The guides are, one thing the guides have in their favor is they're very selective and good at taking one sex of bear over the other if they're told to.
Any further questions from board members? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thor. Our next testifier should be Nicole Schmidt with the Alaska Wildlife Alliance.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
You could speak a little better into the microphone, but otherwise, yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Nicole Schmidt. I'm the Executive Director of the Alaska Wildlife Alliance. And today I'll be speaking on behalf of the organization. We submitted some written testimony on a couple of proposals, but today I'll be speaking on Proposal 199. And I think a lot of the main points have been very thoroughly outlined in a lot of the written comments, so I just have two kind of broader points. The first is that I've heard a lot of debate as to whether or not this proposal could be reasonably regulated, and I just wanted to remind everyone that this proposal was based on the existing regulations for the Juneau area, which today have the same regulatory system in terms of setbacks from designated trails. And so I think the agency has done a great job. That's been in place for over a decade. And so there's work on the front end to identify those trails and identify those portions on the map. But once we have that, it's been proven that that type of regulatory system can work. I think humans are pretty creative species. We have complex regulations for all sorts of hunting and fishing activities. So it's certainly possible with trapping. And the second point is that I really want to emphasize the spirit of this proposal. We have been approached many times regarding conflicts on trails, and we designed the proposal to mirror what had been passed by a board of game in Juneau, the only setback proposal that has been passed. And based on the quality and content of the comments that this board has received in the past couple of months, I think it demonstrates that there's strong public interest in having user conflicts addressed. And that authority, I think, most naturally lies with the Board of Game. This is exactly the venue where this type of proposal should be heard out. And this board is charged with representing all Alaskans, both those who trap and don't. And so in the deliberations, I really hope that the board considers, again, what the spirit of this proposal was trying to do. It's not to end trapping. We were really intentional in our process of, for example, not totally mirroring the Juneau setbacks by keeping a quarter mile, but reducing it to 50 yards. That seemed more reasonable, and also replicated what happened in the Anchorage municipality. We didn't want to just include all of the regionally significant trails, but really tried to parse out which ones had been listed as maintained multi-use. So the effort was sincere, and so if there are issues of this proposal that are just not palatable, I hope the board will consider amending, because I think this process is kind of beautiful in the sense that all of these people can share issues that they see in their experiences, be them through hunting, fishing, trapping, and put forward our best effort as to how we can solve them. And then you all have the difficult job of figuring out what those nuts and bolts are. But I'm happy to answer any other questions on the proposal if there are any, but I just wanted to make that clear. and thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Nicole, just a question, when you guys put this proposal together, were you aware that, I mean, a fair amount of these trails were remote? There's no road access to them?
In the trail designation process, so the way that we went about it was to try and be as objective as possible. There wasn't an intention of, how many trails we wanted to protect, but based on the comprehensive trails management plans, which were built by communities, they're all listed in the proposal, as trails that were of high use and high value to the communities. We didn't want to get into a tricky situation where it was like, what is considered multi-use or not? We were using the definition through the comprehensive trails management plan that had been passed in 2016. And so that was the basis for how we did that, and then further weaned it down through the descriptors in that plan as to which were maintained for multi-use. So I don't know if that quite answers the question, but that was the process with which we selected those trails.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Schmidt, similar to the question I asked yesterday of Mr. McInnes, would AWA be willing to sit down and, not only with local user groups, but we had a representative from ATA as well. I apologize, I can't remember his name. It just seems like, there's opportunity to get this stuff out on the table and provide some options for everybody to consider. I just wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to address that as well.
Yes, thank you for that. The answer is resolutely yes, 100%. And actually, even at this meeting, in conversations with some members from ATA, we've had some really good conversations about ways that we can make it work. I think, like to think of myself as a reasonable person. I think that that's something we'd be really interested in, and bringing in, recreational groups as well who are using these trails. So, yes, very much so. Yeah, thank you.
Did you have a question, Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Nicole, for showing up. I'm curious how this proposal fits into the mission statement of Alaska Wildlife Alliance. It doesn't seem to fit in.
That's a great question. Yeah, it sort of doesn't in many ways. So again, and how this proposal came forward, we receive many, many calls and emails each year around trap conflicts. And I think there's just this impression that we work in this Board of Game kind of arena. And so when the proposal period was opened in the spring, which we really appreciate that opportunity for people to submit more proposals, there had been kind of this flood of concern that we were hearing on our end. And so it was just basically our proximity to the Board of Game process. And I talked to a number of trails groups saying, if anyone can submit a proposal to the Board of Game, but it just feels like, we're all very familiar with this, but this is a pretty obscure process for most Alaskans. And so they felt pretty uncomfortable with that. And it was just kind of a matter of getting it in on time. So it's a good question.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any further questions from the board? If not, I have a question, and it actually is kind of a little bit off, but yesterday there was an opinion piece in the Anchorage Daily News about people keeping control of their dogs. And I'm wondering if you're working with groups on education for dogs too, because, dog owners, because the two things are related. And there's two ways to keep the conflicts down.
Yeah, and it's hard to have the conversation about this without talking about dogs. I understand that. And for many of the trails, so leash laws are complicated too, because there are some places where it's like a physical leash, other places where it's voice and sight control and how that's managed. I think there's absolutely a responsibility for dog owners to keep their dogs under control. I work for a wildlife conservation organization, so I can understand that. And one of the ways that we tried to address that is through the setback distance. So, if your dog is going beyond 50 yards, that represents a problem, and they would not be protected by these setbacks. I think there's space for education there. All recreational user groups have made compromises. There are ski trails where you can only ski. There's mushing trails where you can only mush. I think there's space for trappers to trap and people to recreate in consideration of other users. Absolutely, I'm not interested in a free-for-all, but it's a good point.
Thank you for your testimony and for your answer, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Jim Simon.
Thank you, Chairman Burnett, for the opportunity to share my personal comments on the proposals before you at this meeting. For the record, my name is Dr. Jim Simon. Began my relationship with Copper Basin Resources more than 52 years ago, growing up near the Nelchina Calving grounds. I'm speaking against proposals 210 and 211. Firstly, I want to express my disappointment in learning from other members of the public and department staff early in this meeting that the board already has the votes to eliminate the subsistence community hunts. That only a few people had testified when this information was relayed to me suggests that the public participation process is moot and the board has a predetermined outcome on these proposals prior to most members of the public being heard, and despite the resounding support for keeping the community hunts found in on-time public comments and in subsequent public testimonies. This raising questions in my mind as to whether or not the Board of Game is in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. Such a predetermined outcome before public testimony is concluded, prior to department staff reports on the CSH, and prior to the board entering into deliberations is problematic. The very loose ethics disclosure process associated with this particular regulatory meeting is also problematic and inconsistent with past Board of Game practice. Political goals, alternative facts, and misinformation appear to be the primary motivations behind Proposal 211. Only the Fairbanks AC, Matt Valley AC, and Public Comment 73 support the elimination of the state community hunts. The only justification provided on record is that the state community hunt is no longer needed because subsistence needs are provided on federal public lands, or that it's unconstitutional. While the Anchorage AC supported Proposal 211 because the CSH wasn't working as envisioned, a minority of members supported the CSH and don't want to see it disappear. The fact that these ACs have no legitimate or substantiated reasons for their elimination is telling, given that the department has clearly noted that the community hunts present no biological conservation concerns. Meanwhile, the Copper Basin AC opposed Proposals 210 and 211. So too have 25 Alaska residents from Wasilla to Whittier and everywhere in between. Many of these community hunt participants would not be able to participate in the newly established federal community harvest system. Similarly, Ahtna people and non-natives such as my extended family who now live in town cannot participate in the federal community hunt, but can only participate in the community pattern of use through the state CSH. Furthermore, the Department of Law has already addressed that the CSHs are clearly allowable and appropriate under the Alaska Constitution. In particular, page 5 of the Department of Law memo states, quote, "The regulations creating an individual subsistence hunt and a parallel community harvest hunt based on a community hunting pattern originally defined by the Ahtna Athabascan residents and then later adopted by others provides a reasonable opportunity for all Alaskans for each use pattern," unquote. More than a decade ago, the Alaska Board of Game determined that there are two types of customary and traditional use patterns of moose and caribou, a community pattern and an individual household pattern. The board should determine whether there is any new significant information that suggests that there is no longer a community pattern of use of moose and caribou in the identified community harvest area. Eliminating the CSH would fail to provide reasonable opportunities for subsistence uses under the community pattern of use. The board should determine whether the state community hunt can be eliminated and still be compliant with Alaska statutes. It is my understanding from former Assistant Attorney General Kevin Saxby that the Alaska Board of Game cannot fulfill its statutory obligations through actions the Federal Subsistence Board takes in administering ANILCA Title VIII. To address the complaints by other people that don't like the community hunts and tend to blame the community hunt for the intense competition and large number of users in Unit 13, they must either be new to the area, as competition in this region has been ongoing for many, many years, or they must wish to see the region revert to Tier 2 management for all moose and caribou hunting. I'd also like to bring to your attention public comments 1, 2, RC 17, and RC 22, and the specific comments regarding the subsistence community hunts contained therein. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. But before we go any further, Dr. Simon, with all due respect, there has been no pre-discussion of any proposal between members of this board, other than individual one-on-one, but certainly no one here would violate the Public Meetings Act. And to suggest that we have a pre-arranged is disrespectful and inaccurate. And there, no comment, but if there's any questions on his testimony from board members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Bert Eucness might be next on the public list, but he's contacted us and he's not going to be here. So next on the list would be Dan Montgomery, and Dan will be testifying on his behalf, and I believe he's going to do testimony for Herb Montsavage also for the advisory committee. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Burnett, and fellow board members. I appreciate this opportunity to testify before you. My name is Dan Montgomery. I'm a 40-year resident of Alaska. I've lived in Juneau for 3 years, Kotzebue for 8 years, and here in the Valley for 29 years now. I've been a member of the Matt Valley AC for 14 years, or close to there, somewhere right in there anyway, and I'm a master guide. I've got it in the Chugach Range in 14C and 13D since 91, and on the Alaska Peninsula since 1995. Proposal 7, I made this proposal. It was to increase the bag limit for black bear and Unit 13D and 16 from 3 black bear to 5. I've had a few hunters that would take advantage of this, and there's no concerns with the bear population in these units. I think it's just an opportunity that a few people might take. I opposed Proposal 28 to keep the bag. I think we should keep the bag limit 1 every 4 years in Unit 9. I don't think it's necessary. There's very few people who would probably participate, the residents, in taking a bear every year down there anyway. I made Proposal 29 also. That is the proposal to have a basically extended the beaver season and stuff. And I made it a trapping proposal, but I would like to change that. I put in record copy 31, and I would like to change it from a trapping proposal to a hunting proposal. And I would mirror the language that is presently in the handy dandy on page 140 for fur animal hunting of beaver in Unit 18, 22, and 23. And that is no bag limit and no closed season. The beavers in Unit 9, especially down there in 9E where I guide, and 9D, lower in Peninsula, they're damming up all the smaller streams. We had a severe drought in 19, 2019, and they didn't have any rain basically for 90 days down there, and it severely lowered the big streams down to just a trickle, and the beavers dammed some of these, even the big streams. I got down there to hunt in the fall of 19. One of our main streams we usually harvest a couple bears off of didn't have a bear on it, and we found these big beaver dams down below. I actually went in there this last summer, took those dams out, and the flow is up now. There's probably 15 feet wide and mid-thigh, and it's too much water in there for them to make a dam. They didn't rebuild them. I got charged by a brown bear, 9.5 footer, when I was on top of one dam. He was about the length of this table from me, and that put the fear in me, but pretty exciting. I had a young man with me that was 17, and yeah, he got a little experience with brown bear. That was the first one he'd ever seen. But anyway, that's RC 31 that I put in for proposal 29. I support 70. This proposal is to open a fall bear baiting season for black bear and brown bear in all of Unit 13. I've made this same proposal for just 13D before. I think this is a good proposal. I don't have any conservation concerns. The department had issued some for this area, but about the brown bear population, not the black bear population. But this is a registration hunt. If there was overharvest or concerns of that direction, they could close this. But I don't think it'll cause anything overharvest, and it's just another opportunity to take some of these bears. This is a heavily timbered area, 13 is, and there's just very little opportunity to actually see the bears if you don't have some kind of a bait or something. We started bear baiting them back in 14, the brown bears and the black bears, and I've taken, probably 20 brown bears over that period, and I don't see any decline in the population at all. Proposal 86, I strongly support. Changing this area back to full curl. 14A was changed into any ram area back in 2008, and the original proposal was to make it an any ram area was to increase the mature ram population. They have maintained that up in 13D West. There's still only 12 permits issued up there. This unit in 14A, the department had a change of staff, and they started issuing a vast amount and started managing more like caribou or moose, where they had a surplus of males. And currently, there's 48 tags issued. They've issued as many as 75 in the past. And the whole goal of that making this any ram area was to increase the mature rams in this area. And there has been no increase in the 14 years in the mature rams area because they take so many total. Well, I guess I burned up my time already.
Okay, so thank you for your testimony. And questions for Mr. Montgomery? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for all your time coming down here and your participation in the advisory committee. On your area that you've been baiting bears and taking, roughly 29, 30 bears, you haven't seen a decrease in harvesting bears. Have you seen a decrease in the size of bears or the sex of bears that you've been taking?
There's always been a lack of really big mature bears. The first one I ever killed was a 9.5 footer, had a 26 3/4 inch skull. As far as I know, that's the biggest one ever killed in 13, But after that, we've taken a few with 25-inch skulls, but everything else has always been smaller. The last 2 years ago, 2 years ago, I saw 11 in one day, and they were all sows and cubs, and there wasn't, but there's always been a lack of big mature bears. You just don't see lots of them up there, but a lot of younger bears and stuff, and we just basically hunted as a grizzly hunt, and size isn't emphasized. It's just getting a grizzly.
What about ages? That's kind of important sometimes to see if a population is decreasing when you're taking a lot younger bears.
Like I said, some of the bigger bears, I see them on camera. They make themselves pretty scarce. You're in there working around that thing with human scent. Those older bears, just a little bit smarter. During the spring, you certainly have opportunities to see them all night long. But in the fall, it's a whole different story. So you just don't see them. They just start coming in at night, and you just don't see them.
Okay, thank you.
I've hunted over in 16, that's how I know that. Yeah.
Further questions from the board? Go ahead, Sasha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for your testimony. So you mentioned in your testimony you lived in Kotzebue, and I know you're a longtime pilot. And this isn't one of the ones in your public testimony, but I was going to ask you if you knew anything about the Alaskan hares and if you noticed any population differences from when you first started moving into Kotzebue to like now.
For what?
Arctic hares,
Arctic hares? Snowshoe hares or Arctic hares?
jackrabbits, or Alaskan hares.
Alaska. When I got to Kotzebue back in 1985, I think I was there for 3 or 4 years before I even saw a rabbit track. They were so thick a couple years before I got there, they said you couldn't snow machine anywhere without running over them. There was just absolutely, but when they crashed, they completely crashed. It was probably 5 years, 6 years before I saw a lynx track. And they were just barely coming back by the time I moved away from there in 93. So as far as Arctic hare experience up in Kotzebue, there wasn't any, and I hardly have any at all up there. I don't think I saw maybe one the whole time I lived up there for 8 years.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Further questions? If not, you can go ahead with the advisory committee. I know you're not the chair, so you're substituting here.
Yeah, I'm vice chair of game. And I have all the notes and stuff in here if you guys have any questions on any particular one I don't cover. I also have a record copy. It's 30, and it's all of our supported ones and all of our opposed ones. The first page is support. The second page is oppose. So if you have any questions on those, I can review that too. But I'm just going to go through some of our ones that we support, and I'll start with proposal number 4, late season sheep hunt in September 21st to October 10th. We voted for this one 8-4. It would extend the season from the 21st to the 10th. Personally, I don't think there's much chance of them harvesting anything. You've already had a rifle season in there. You got winter weather. The chances of them actually taking something are pretty low. But we did support that. We have quite a few bow hunters. They're pretty hardcore bow hunters on the committee, and some of these proposals are from them. We've always supported the brown bear exemptions, the tag fees and stuff, and we've supported every one that's ever come up before us. And we do that again for proposal 6. Proposal 9, extend the wolf trapping season in unit 13 and 16 from April 30th to May 31st. We supported this one 11-2. There were some concerns. I had some concerns about trapping that late into the spring. You can catch moose calves. That, in that first part of it, there's some, wolverine, coyotes too, but overall, our committee supported it. Proposal 17, extend the moose season in Unit 17 for both residents and non-residents. We supported that 11-1 and 8-4 on those different proposals there, 13 and 17, excuse me, and it sounds like there's lots of moose in this area, and we support expanding those opportunities for hunters. Proposal 21, 23, and 27, intensive management and predator control is effective, and we strongly support this. We always have. I don't think we've ever voted against an intensive management proposal and renewing them, and predator control. Proposal 28, one brown bear every year in Unit 9. We supported this one for that's for residents, excuse me, and we supported it 9, 3, and 1. It would give more opportunity to residents if they wanted to hunt every year down there, and there was probably very little concern with actually overharvest because there's very few residents would actually go down there. I myself went down there as a resident in 90 and took a bear, and I've never killed one since myself. And proposal 29, we supported 13-0. That was my beaver that I just changed to RC 31, and we supported that one. Beaver hunting year-round in Unit 9, we supported at 13-0. Proposal 34, this is the Emperor Geese proposals. We chose 34 out of all of them and supported that one. More opportunity for non-residents to draw permits. The allocated permits for Alaska residents weren't being used, and this would just split them 50-50, and we supported that one 9-4-1. Proposal 51, bison, expand the area for the Copper River bison. We supported that wholeheartedly. Auden has closed their lands now to access that hunt, so it's going to be really difficult to hunt it, period, now with that land closure along the Copper River. But we support expanding the area. Proposal 54, expand the youth caribou hunt in Unit 13. We usually support all the youth hunts. We supported this one 13-1. Proposal 55, this is a goat proposal to open a season for goats in 13A as a registration hunt. Our chair actually proposed this, and we supported it 8-5. His thinking is, and certainly I've observed it over the years that I've lived here, almost 30 years now, that there's a few goats scattered through this area. They're never going to be a viable population. They occasionally cross over. I've seen where they've been out in the middle of nowhere, out in the timber and stuff in the unit there. But his thinking was, at least we have an opportunity to take them. If you kill them all, there is never going to be a viable population. There never is. That's the end of their range. And his thinking was just to harvest, an opportunity to harvest something there if you were out there hunting something else. Proposal 70, this is our proposal with the bear baiting. We only supported it 7-6. We had some new members, and the department was online with us at the time, and they had concerns that we might be over-harvesting the brown bears with this proposal where we can bait in the fall. And some of the members that weren't there when we proposed this and put it in the proposal and stuff, that there might be some conservation concerns, and we still supported it, but just barely. And it is our proposal. Proposal 82, extend the brown bear season for 2 days. The bow season for 2 days for moose in 14A, 14B, and 16A. We supported it to 8-5. Currently, there's a gap between the seasons. It closes on the 17th and not the 19th. And they wanted to expand it to the 19th. It brings it right up against the rifle season. There were still some of us that really felt there should be a gap between those two seasons, and that was how it was originally implemented with that gap. But we did support it 8-5. Proposal 86, change the bag limit from any ram to full curl in 14A. We supported this 8-5 again. We had some newer members that still thought there should be an any ram unit. I went over this some with my personal testimony. I've been involved in this from the get-go. I was doing some surveys when we went to draw permit in all these areas because of a lack of mature rams back in 2008. And the original management plan by the department was to issue very few permits and to increase the mature ram population. And they maintained that up in 13D. West, there's still very few permits issued there, and there's 12 now, and it's a vast area, and there's still an any ram harvest, and it's very controlled and and it has increased the mature rams in the area. But in 14A, there was a change of staff, and it went from managing it to increase the mature rams to manage it more like a caribou or moose herd, and like I said, they had a surplus of males, and they started really putting a lot of permits out on these. At one time, it's 75, I think it was, and it was any ram. And it's just a lot of pressure. And now they've dropped the permits down to 48, but that's still a lot of pressure. The ram population hasn't grown. I think it's decreased lately, but the mature ram population hasn't increased at all. And that's the original management goal, was to do that, and they haven't done that. And we'd like to see it go back to full curl. Proposal 87, this proposal changes that same hunt into the first part of it into a bow hunt. And we supported it 9-4. Austin, the submitter, he's on our board, on our committee. And this would change the first part of the season that runs till the 25th of August into a bow hunt. And the second part of the season maintained a rifle hunt, and it would change it to full curl for that rifle hunt and maintain the any ram for the bow hunt. The ones that opposed this, and I was one of them, we opposed it because it took away opportunity for rifle hunters. And I would have been more supportive of it. It had been an early season for bow hunters in there, but I didn't want to take the opportunity, and the other members too didn't want to take that opportunity away from the rifle hunters. Proposal 90, we supported to extend the brown bear season in 14A and 14B. We amended it to only go to June 15th, not June 30th. We thought the hide quality and everything was really down by June 30th, and June 15th would be a better deal. And we supported that, extending that season 13-0. Proposal 92 and 93 moved to no close season for brown bear in Unit 16. That's what it was for quite a while when we were under predator control. And I don't think there was any conservation concerns. We would like to see it go back to no close season again and extend the bear baiting season all the way through like it was. There is a really dense population of brown bear and black bear over in that area. I participated in the predator control over there when we did that back in the day, and it was just incredible how many bears were there. And I think there was over 500 black bears taken that first year, and it didn't make a dent in them as far as we could tell. But we support that. And Proposal 204, we supported 14-0, lengthen the moose season in 9B and 9C. Makes sense to align those and to lengthen that out. They say there's a robust moose population in that area. Proposal 205, Southern Peninsula Caribou IM reauthorization, we fully support that. That's been a very successful program. They did some wolf control over there. Immediately jumped the caribou up, and we got a resident and a non-resident season back there within 3 years, and we strongly support maintaining that if it's necessary, again, to control the wolf population. Proposal 206, more opportunity for residents. This is a proposal, it's actually two-part. Generally, it's not allowed. I'm not quite sure how this one snuck in, but it's two-part where you would extend the season or have an earlier season in the fall and a later season in the spring for residents only. And then also there's another part where it would make a completely different season for residents. And we supported it 8-5. I certainly have some conservation concerns. I guide down there, but I understand where the other members are coming from. But I tried to clarify which one they supported, and they just told me both. So I can't recommend if we support one or the other. I did ask, and we were on we were doing it over Zoom, so I wasn't right there to kind of get my thoughts across. But I would like to have been able to recommend one over the other if I could. But anyway, there is real conservation concerns with the people that didn't support it. That if we make a separate season, there could be quite a bit of harvest increase. I don't think one thing that I didn't mention in my over the Zoom meeting and stuff is if there is a separate season for residents, you can still guide. The guides can guide residents too. So you think you're going to eliminate guides, you aren't going to eliminate guides down there if you make a whole separate season. Certainly, one of my concerns with the opposition is the early season, letting the residents early in the fall hunt. That would devastate the guiding industry down there doing that, because once you've tracked up a stream or something, a lot of the guys, especially the novice bear hunters, they think they're going to hike it out, walk all over the country, and those old bears, once they smell you, it's just, they absolutely turn inside out and you'll never see them again. And it would really devastate the guiding industry if we had an early season in the fall. The late spring season, I don't think would be nearly as impactful. Proposal 208, change season back to 9C to align with 9A. We fully support that. There doesn't seem to be any conservation concerns with that, and that's for the moose season. For the bear season in 9C. 209, increase the Copper River bison permits. We're fully supportive of that. The department recommended this, and there's going to be some real issues with the access now and stuff, but having more permits available is a good idea. It sounds like they have lots of bison. Proposal 213, we supported 10-4. Decouple the caribou and moose hunts. We just don't think it's necessary anymore to have those coupled together, that where you can't, if you have the caribou permit, you can't hunt moose in any other area. Anything that might increase the moose hunting in that area, and we don't see any problem with decoupling that. Proposal 216, establish antlerless moose season in 13C. Support opportunity, opposed, we supported that. The opposed didn't like the antlerless hunts, and let's see. We thought it was too early to implement a antlerless season in this area, and we thought we should at least wait for another cycle, another 3-year cycle, see if the moose population maintains that high population in that area. Proposal 219, we voted 14-0 for this. This is to include 13D in the intensive management plan. When the intensive management plan was implemented in 13, they used 13D as a control area, and it wasn't part of the management plan. And there's a high wolf population in this area. That's where I guide at and stuff. I've seen quite a bit of wolf predation over the years. Anyway, we support bringing that into the IM program now, and possibly having some wolf control in that area. Proposal 223, we supported 14-0. We've always reauthorized and supported the IM programs in every area. Proposal 224, reauthorize the antlerless moose seasons. Some of us opposed this. One of us opposed this. We thought there was being too many permits issued, and I got one more if I can do that. Okay, thank you. And proposal 226, we supported this 14-0, more opportunity, and it opens up any bull permits for this area, and it's more opportunity, and it would take away some of the worry about not shooting a legal ram. Also, a legal bull. Also, with a 50-inch rule, you can have a moose that only has 2 brow tines and be 48 inches wide, and he can breed all the cows in the world, and you cannot kill him. He is not legal to kill. You can never shoot that bull under a 50-inch 3 brow tine rule. And so there'd be an opportunity to maybe harvest some of those. I have seen a few of them out there, spike forks and stuff, but that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, and we do have some questions. I know Orville has a question, Orville Huntington. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very good report. Looking through your vote counts, I count 37 total proposals that have dissenting opinions. I don't have time to go over all of them, but I would like, on number 70, you have a 7-6 vote. I would like to know what the minority was thinking.
That was our bird feeding proposal, I believe, and when we proposed this was over 2 years ago now. We pretty much had a unanimous opinion on this one. The department came out with concerns for brown bear baiting in this area, that there could possibly be an overharvest. They say they think they've reduced the bear population by 50% in the area over the last 10 to 12 years. And I don't know if I can agree with that or not, but certainly some of the newer members, we have 4 or 5 new members that were just elected here back in December, and they were concerned with the department's concerns, and that's why that vote was that close.
Okay, thank you, Dan. That's a real good answer. On proposal 3, it was a 6-6 vote.
On proposal 3? That is the...
proposal 3.
Yeah, that is the open and archery season for Dall sheep in 13, 14A, 14B, and 16 as follows. And this is to open that same season and run it from September 21st to October 10th. And when we voted on, we've actually voted on this one back in oh gosh, I guess it was, we didn't have a season, so it would have been, what, the fall of 19, or? Can't remember when we didn't, I guess maybe the fall of 20. Anyway, we voted on it then, we had different board members and stuff, but there was we just had a split vote on it and didn't support it because they just didn't think it was necessary. Again, this is the extending the bow hunt only into from September 21st to October 10th, and I tell you, in those units and stuff, it's rough hunting. There can be some years certainly, but generally you've had the rifle hunts in there and stuff, and it would be extremely difficult to harvest one, I think. And my personal opinion on it, I've been out in the field in those late seasons and the last 10 days of September, from the 10th to the 20th, and there is nobody out there hunting then. You basically have it all to yourself already. There are other people hunting caribou and moose. They've already hunted their sheep, and we just didn't think the opposing part of it didn't think it was necessary to extend that season.
I really appreciate that answer. I just have a couple more. 56, it looks like you got it bundled up with 57. There was a 6-7 vote.
Extend the general season for moose by bow and arrow only for residents and not, only for residents and non, okay. Within Unit 11, remainder as follows. We have some members that hunt that. We have one member that guides in that unit and stuff, and it was a close vote, but we just didn't feel like it was necessary to extend that season in there. There's not a really high population of moose. It's pretty heavily timbered and stuff, and there's a lot of it that's in the park and the preserve in that area and stuff too, and it's federal ground, and we just didn't think it was necessary to extend the bow season. Also, the quality of the meat goes way down later in the season like that, and if
It was a real good.
yeah, if you extend it, a little bit, but anyway, that was the thinking behind that one.
No, that was a real good answer. I appreciate that. And the last one would be proposal 89.
89?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Establish a registration hunt for Dall sheep open to certified bow hunters only or by longbow or recurve only within Unit 14. Okay, this is the one's got a little bit, like I said, one of our members is Austin, and we got a couple or three of them that are die-hard bow hunters. So basically this one, a lot of guys they said they're throwing him a bone. It's by recurve or longbow only. It's restricting it, so it was just kind of a comedy, but we still ended up just tying the vote. But that was what that was about. It wasn't taken too seriously.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, through the chair to Mr. Montgomery. Hey, I should have maybe asked this on your personal testimony, but those sheep up there in 14A, like in Meadow Creek, Friday Creek, and Grasshopper and stuff, how much do they move back and forth between drainages, or do they stay pretty solid in there in season? I'm sorry.
In the winter, they move down into Friday Creek and they move out into the south facing slopes on the Connect River. You know, they don't spend their time way back in there. When I've been up there looking around in early spring, almost everything is in Friday Creek. There used to be a lot more sheep. I mean, we're just a shadow of what it used to be. Back in the early 90s when I first looked in that country, there was just a bunch of sheep, and it was just really amazing what was up there. But Chris Kleinberger, way back in the day, back in the 60s, he got dropped off on Marcus Baker there, and he saw 400 sheep a day he was talking about in his book and stuff. And I haven't even seen a sheep in Marcus Baker in the last 20 years. Not even a sheep, not a ewe, nothing. Well, so it's changed dramatically. But they winter out on the face of the Knik and stuff. But during the season, by the time the season opens, all those sheep are clear back up into Grasshopper and stuff where they always have been. There's a few rams. There's maybe in Grasshopper itself, maybe a dozen at the most on any particular year. There's a few scattered along the Meadow Creek in different drainages and stuff. And the most of what I've seen lately in the Friday Creek area and stuff has been in the bowl right at the front of Friday Creek. There's been quite a few rams right there. Not near as many in Friday Creek itself as there used to be. There used to be a bunch of them up in the rocks when there's a little more pressure, and now they're down that lower country, it seems like. And the wrens over in Carpenter Creek and Carbon Creek, I saw 14 in there a couple of years ago in each creek. This year there's hardly any. They go back and forth between Coal Creek, some there, but there is no non-resident permits there at all now. But it has not rebounded well at all and actually decreased in some of those areas since they closed it off to draw permit only back in 2008. You know.
Okay, no further questions. Thanks for your testimony.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Mr. Montgomery, for all your testimony. I'm curious about Proposal 55. That's a 13A goat proposal. And did the Matsu AC talk about if that opportunity was provided? They talk about numbers of goats they'd be comfortable with?
Is that the 13A?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Like I said, there's not a viable population. I've seen a few over the years. You'll just see a billy usually. It's not, I don't know if I've ever seen a nanny up in that country. It's usually a billy. He's wandered off across the Matanuska probably in the winter, you know, and just over there sitting on a little hill. I saw one by a lake out in the middle of almost up by Glen Allen. He was 30 miles, 40 miles from the nearest hill without any timber, but he was just going across the country, just like the one showed up in Palmer here, you know, 8 years ago or something. But they just wander off, you know. And his thinking was, that's the end of the range. There's never going to be a viable hunting population. But why don't we just take them, you know, if we kill them all, it doesn't make any difference. There's never going to be a viable hunted population there anyway. And that was his thinking on that proposal. Our chair proposed that, Herb. You know.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. And if nothing further, then we'll go on. I have to ask the members if we need a break right now. If you're ready, we'll go on one more testifier. It's an AC testimony from Matt Moore. I believe he's online.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead with your testimony.
Sure. I'm Matt Moore. I'm a member of the Anchorage Citizens Advisory Committee, and I serve as the chair of the Game Subcommittee. I'll start with Proposal 32, which was for emperor geese in Units 9 and 10. We opposed that one. We voted to retain the non-resident draw tags of 25 tags for emperor geese. The population is of sufficient size to support a small number of non-resident hunting opportunities through a draw. However, we noted that the emperor goose population growth was extremely slow during the hunting moratorium from 1987 to 2016. Moving on to proposals 33 through 50, these are all requesting increases in non-resident tags for emperor geese, and we were opposed to them. All of them wanted to have an increase in opportunity or allocation of tags. On one hand, there could be the benefit of increased non-resident spending if the number of non-resident tags were increased, but on the other hand is historical evidence, and that shows us that the emperor goose population requires decades to recover. We felt it prudent to allow the number of tags to remain unchanged and provide more time for the population to be surveyed again. If the population of emperor geese remains increasing, then increasing non-resident tags would make sense, and we'd support it at that time. I would note that there was one of those, and that was proposal 40, was the only one that had some support, and that would be doubling the permits from 25 to 50. We felt that non-residents would be more efficient than residents are in harvesting emperor geese as well. Moving on to proposal 83, we opposed that. That was removing the 50-inch antler requirement for both resident and non-resident moose hunters in Unit 16. The author of that proposal assumed that the 50-inch regulation is not enforceable, but it is. He cited a decrease in moose population due to winter kill, and that's not a reason to relax regulations and allow more moose to be harvested when the population is low. That would drive the population of the moose even lower. He took on proposal 99, which is areas close to trapping in units 14A, 14B, and 16A. And we supported this one with the condition that the board adopt language that this would not apply to trappers trails that are not public use trails. This was done in an effort to limit closing of trails in the future. We realized that many trails being used by the public had their origins as trappers lines and trappers trails. And this would apply around and limited to only routinely maintained trails, developed trails, groomed ski trails, dwellings, etc. We want trappers to continue trapping with as little conflict as possible with other user groups. And another one that was along these same lines was proposal 199, areas close to trapping in units 13, 14, and 16. We were opposed to this one because it's too broad, too extensive, and it would adversely impact trappers. We noted that all parties need to take responsibility, be mindful and respectful of other users. After that was proposal 213, which was to remove the requirement of Tier 1 caribou hunters to hunt moose in Unit 13. We had one abstention on that vote. The abstaining member felt that there were too many problems with both the caribou and moose populations and hunts for this regulation to fix. But the majority felt that decoupling would be beneficial by reducing the hunting pressure on moose in Unit 13. And then proposal 218, Unit 13, hunting seasons bag limits for brown bears. We supported this, and this was to increase the brown bear take to 2 bears. We know that hunters that are targeting brown bears as a primary objective frequently pass on what they judge to be as non-trophy bears because they're too selective, while many hunters take bears as an animal of opportunity. They are some of the most difficult animals to judge for size. Because they're difficult to judge and there's little concern for brown bear populations in 13, increasing the take to 2 bears allows the hunters to pull the trigger and take one that may not be a trophy. And this helps the moose population. The hunter still has an opportunity to take a trophy bear while the bear populations have been decreased by at least 1 bear. We unanimously reauthorized all antlerless moose hunts in the central and southwest Alaska, as they are an important tool for controlling moose populations. And we also unanimously reauthorized brown bear tag fee exemptions in central and southwest Alaska. Hopefully the remainder of our proposals, our notes are sufficient for you, but if there are any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Questions from board members? I don't hear any questions here. Any questions from the department? I think we all read your comments, and so I think you answered the questions well. Thank you very much. And with that,
You're welcome.
Go ahead. Okay. At this point, we're going to take a 10-minute break and come back to public testimony afterwards. Thank you. Paul Warta, I believe. Paul, you ready? And I think you might have a presentation also that they're helping you with. Go ahead. Is your microphone on?
Maybe it is now. Hello, I am Paul Warta. I'm a Palmer resident, and I would like to speak to propositions 224, 225, and 226, the propositions regarding moose in Unit 14A in the Valley. I feel that the moose management strategies that have been utilized in Unit 14A in the past several years have been a serious concern for the Valley. Not just for Unit 14A, but also Unit 14B, 16A, and 16B as well. Back in 1992, 1991, 1993, and then the final report was published in 1999, Ronald Modafferi was studying the movements of moose specifically in 14A, 14B, and 16A. Doing this, he found that there was significant mixing of these populations in the winter, starting as early as November and December. The issue with this, with the current management, is twofold. One, the surveys are usually conducted in November or December after the first snow, which allows time for these populations to be mixed, therefore biasing the surveys. One thing that Modafferi noted, and I think it was in his 92 study, was that the premise of our management strategies is that the moose do not move between the units. Since he found that the moose were moving between the units, it challenged the whole premise of managing 14A as having really high populations, while simultaneously managing 14B and 16A as moderately low populations. And this has been a consistent trend in the surveys, that we have found that 16A and 14B tend to have lower populations, whereas 14A always seems to have a high population. Furthermore, along with the survey bias, we have two winter hunts in Unit 14A that are for antlerless moose. These hunts take place. One is DM 413 from November 1 to 30th, and the second, DM 414, from December 1 to 25th. And between the two of them, these hunts harvest almost as many moose as all 9 of the fall antlerless hunts combined. With this in mind, they are harvesting moose from the whole unit, because this is an area-wide hunt. And one part of the unit that is included in this, that is not included in any of the fall hunts, is the Bald Mountain post-rutting area, an essential habitat for moose to recuperate after the rut. The largest issue with this is not just the harvest of the moose in this area, but the disturbance caused by hunting. And the same would go for the Susitna Flats and the Palmer Hay Flats too, areas where in the wintertime it becomes a veritable highway. In the summertime, these areas are generally very hard to get to and only feasible to do so by boat, or by a few trails, but those are very limited in nature. When we compare this to our management goals for Unit 14A, we're supposed to protect, maintain, or enhance the moose population. And although the hunts may be necessary to reduce the population if the population is high, these winter hunts, not only do they reduce the population, they also harass the moose that are not harvested. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sure there are questions from board members on this. I have a question, and that is how would you change the management strategy here, specifically?
I would like to see hunts DM 413 and DM 414 stopped altogether, and those hunts, the permits from those hunts, we distributed in the 9 existing hunt areas that are outlined in 14A, 401, 402, 400, 403, 406, 407, 408, 410, and then the youth hunt, 412.
Thank you. Any additional questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for your testimony. And our next is Catherine Krasinski, I believe, or something like that.
Hello, that was very close. My name is Catherine Krasinski. This is my first time testifying, so I hope I do this right. I am commenting today on Proposal 199. I live in Eagle River, but I prefer to outdoor recreate in the Mat-Su over the Anchorage area. You can just look out the windows and see why. It's beautiful and wild here. And I recreate both in the summer and the winter. I do have dogs, and they were always on leash when outdoors, but I do use a 25-foot retractable leash. And sometimes I like to go off of a trail to explore or photograph something that's really interesting or intriguing to me. And that means that my dogs can also explore an additional 25 feet further than I go. Regarding trappers, I believe that most of the 2,500 to 3,500 trappers that ADF&G estimates are in the entire state are responsible, and that they adhere to the Trappers Code of Ethics. But based on information made available by ADF&G, previous Mat-Su Borough meetings on this topic of trapping near trails, and the report about trap interactions published by Alaska Wildlife Alliance, it is clear that not all trappers are working to reduce user conflicts. It is apparent ADF&G defers to the Trappers Code of Ethics, but that code is unenforceable for those who are irresponsibly placing traps on or near trails. However, the consequences of those few could be catastrophic for a non-trapper should a pet be lost. I have watched the videos on how to free dogs. I have read ADF&G's brochure about how to be a responsible pet owner when outdoor recreating, and I honestly don't think I would be able to save my dog if it were caught in a conibear trap. If by some miracle I were able to get the dog out of the trap before it dies, I likely wouldn't be able to get to a veterinarian before it succumbs to its wounds. Because of this, I won't bring my dogs with me to the Mat-Su, and I have to settle for hiking in Anchorage area where similar setbacks as proposed in 199 are in place. Despite the ADF&G brochure advising pet owners to look for signs at trails about trapping, I personally haven't seen any trails on the Mat-Su prominently marked with signs warning of traps or any other trails. So that is worrisome to me. Given the small number of trappers statewide that would be directly affected by setbacks in the Mat-Su, and the even fewer number locally who would be affected because I believe most trappers are trapping responsibly, asking for no changes to trapping other than a request to set traps back from select multi-use trails the distance of only a half a football field in order to reduce user conflicts seems like a very reasonable ask. Proposal 199 is not asking for major changes in how trappers operate, nor is it trying to stop trapping. It is trying to balance safety of the non-trapping community using trails with the needs of trappers to continue their livelihood. As such, I hope you will support it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from board members? Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Catherine, for testifying. You did a very good job. You mentioned that there was only some select trails that were identified, which was like 200 and some trails. Were there any trails not selected?
My understanding of the proposal is there were over or close to 1,000 trails, and that was whittled down to a list of around 200.
Okay, good, thank you. One other thing is, how compliant do you think pet owners are by complying with the leash, the borough leash ordinance?
Well, that is, I think, a bit of a complicated issue because leash laws vary depending upon areas. So some leash laws just require verbal control of your dog, or line of sight. Others require to actually be on a leash. So if they have verbal command of their dog's allowed to run away from them from distances as long as it will recall.
Well, I was really interested in the Mat-Su Burroughs ordinance.
My understanding is it's variable. Some locations require leash, some require verbal. So it's kind of a case-by-case situation. I know for me personally, I don't take my dogs outside off leash, but I also have beagles, and so they are prone to following their nose. And if there is a baited trap, I would not be able to verbally recall them. So mine are always on leash. So I personally follow leash laws, and sometimes I exceed them because in the areas where there's verbal, where a leash law means they don't have to be physically tethered, they just have to be verbal. I'm exceeding that requirement because mine are actually physically restrained, but they do get 25 feet of play, all around me. So that still kind of concerns me if there's, a trap that is baited, that I might not see it in time to get them. And just taking some of the trainings and videos of how to get your animal out of a trap, I don't think I could do it.
Great, thank you. Thank you again for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Jake?
Through the chair, Catherine, thanks a whole bunch for your presentation there, your talk. So whenever we're talking about traps here, is there a specific type of trap that scares you the most? I know you mentioned conibear. That's kind of a trademark name for a body trap. Is there a specific type of trap that scares you the most?
It is the body trap ones because those are designed to kill quickly. Versus, a snare, maybe could be a little more manageable if it's just catching their paw or something. But it is the ones that are the body traps that are specifically designed to kill quickly that are very concerning to me.
Thank you.
Any further questions from board members? If not, thank you very much for your testimony. It was very clear. We understand where you stand on this issue.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate all the work you have put in. I was just looking at all the information on the tables, and it's quite impressive what you guys are doing, so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you again. So next on our list is Jason Ewan, or I believe. Yeah. Ewan. And he'll be testifying remotely. He should be online.
Yes, I'm here, and this is Jason Ewan.
So go ahead with your testimony, Jason.
All right. In Delasty, hello, Chair and board members of ADF&G. In Zedida, how are you? For the record, my Atna name is Kanigat Nutnotin, Happy Up to People. My government name is Jason Ewan. I am Yudishu Caribou Clan. I was born in Glen Ellen, Alaska in 1975 and was raised and resided in Tladikete, where the two rivers meet, otherwise known as Copper Center, Alaska. My late grandparents, Peter and Annie Ewan, have contributed in a major part of my Atna Athabascan customary traditional upraising on and in the Atna region. My mother is Faye Ewan. We are sovereign federally We are sovereign, federally recognized tribal citizens, and I am an elected council member of the Native Village of Tlutika, NVKK, Arctic Athabascan Council representative for NVKK, and a co-chair board member on the Atna Successor Village Organization, SVO. I currently live in Anchorage, Alaska for 2.5 years, seeking a bachelor's degree in construction management and for necessary employment. I am here today on a personal agenda. I have been hunting Tanigi moose and Yuchi caribou since my first moose kill at the approximate age of 10 in the former village of Atsubesa Kege, Berry Creek Village, while checking the rabbit snare line, which this village had been burned down by the United States Army during the Golconda Airport construction in approximately 1942. I am a traditional drum maker and singer that uses moose hides for these drum making. In 1978, my late grandmother and 3 of her sisters fought for fishing rights in the case of the Copper River 4 versus the state of Alaska. My late grandfather, Peter Ewan, and others fought for Ahtna people's subsistence rights started over 50 years ago, which my mother, Faye Ewan, continues to this day. I oppose all proposals pertaining towards the closures of Unit 13, community subsistence harvest hunts. We cannot compete with Wasilla, Anchorage, Kenai, Homer, Seward, and Soldotna hunters in Unit 13. By closing the CSHH would only prove detrimental to many rural families in the Ahtna region. The federal hunt only provides for 6%, which is not nearly sufficient to sustain Ahtna's customary traditional food gathering. The proposal of the youth hunt of the Ahtna people can only be successful if we, Ahtna people, are put first. The entire Unit 13 has been Ahtna customary traditional hunting territories for eons. We, Ahtna Hutani, Ahtna people, had never relinquished our sovereignty, land, and our customary traditional hunting territories and never will. The CSHH is vital to our people's identity and our spirituality ties with the land, fish, and wildlife as a people. When we, the federally recognized tribe, sovereign government status, when will the federally recognized tribe sovereign government status be honored? We have anonymity rights. Our elders continually warned us that we, Ahtna people, face complete extermination through state regulations. By abolishing the CSHH, you are conducting another form of assimilation and our oppression to the Ahtna peoples. The first peoples of Alaska knowledge and observations through customary traditional ways of life provides immediate negative impacts and impacts on fish and wildlife through many fronts, such as climate change, urban development, mismanagement, non-tribal citizens overpopulated hunting, commercial fisheries, and most importantly, the lack of government-to-government tribal nations relationships. And by not implementing the First Peoples of Alaska's abundance of knowledge regarding fish and wildlife stewardship is mind-boggling. First Peoples of Alaska have proven successful stewardship over the fish and wildlife as we survived in these climates for millennium. Listen to what nature is telling us. Responsible harvest is not met due to competition hunters in Unit 13. The First Peoples of Alaska have occupied and governed the lands of fish and wildlife from the time of immemorial, and we are not going anywhere. The government-to-government management with all the federally recognized tribes of Alaska needs to be established. We are a government entity within the body of the United States of America. I was under the impression that the government of the United States of America is keen on restoration and preservation of Native cultures and traditions. My late grandparents fought for our way of life since Inkska and Ninilka was established. And here we are today, 50 years later, still fighting for our own survival. And thank you. That is all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your testimony, Jason. I think you were very clear. Any questions from board members? And I just want to remind people that the Board of Game is subject to the laws of the state of Alaska, and we have to abide by them and not, we don't have a position on Native sovereignty or government-to-government relations because that's beyond our purview. With that, we have no further questions from the board. I will go on to the next person on the list, who is Neelan Taylor.
Thank you very much. Do I push this button? Again. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm Nealon Taylor. I'm 45 years resident of Alaska, and I am the proposer of proposals 99 and 228. 228 would require tags on traps in these specific units and subunits. It's not a statewide proposal. The Alaska Wildlife Troopers, their comments, they strongly support Proposal 228, and I'll just quote a little bit of their remarks. It says, "There are no other ways in Alaska to passively take fish or game with unmarked devices except by trapping. Crab, shrimp pots, burbo set lines, fish wheels, bear bait stations, gill nets, etc. all require markings. Trappers should be held to the same standard other resource users are. Trap snare identification would greatly enhance Alaska Wildlife Troopers' ability to enforce illegal traps and incidental catches of moose, caribou, and dogs." Those comments continue, and I hope you'll take a look at them and read them, because the troopers strongly endorse Proposal 228. I want to basically back up what Nicole Schmidt said. She's the executive director of the Alaska Wildlife Alliance. I'm on the board of directors. And so I ratify and support what she said, but I want to jump ahead or jump to the Anchorage Ordinance. I had a great deal to do with the passage of the Anchorage Ordinance. I met with the two sponsors. I participated a little bit in drafting, and I helped turn out people, and I listened to all the testimony and went to all the meetings where any consideration was given. I also wrote an extensive legal memorandum showing that they had jurisdiction. What I would like the board to consider, and the department as well, is the way that was done, which is basically the assembly on a 9-2 vote endorsed the concept, passed an ordinance, but they set up a process by which individual trails would be identified. And then they came back 6 months later, after the administration put together maps, listed all the trails, and some of us participated and suggested trails and so forth. And you can Google Anchorage, Municipality of Anchorage trapping regulations, and you can quickly find and pull up all these maps, and they're very detailed, and they show exactly where their trails are and so forth. My point is, this can be done, and it can be done responsibly. We, people like me, who have been putting forward proposals like this for many years, like Proposal 199 I'm talking about now, I'm an amateur. The department has the expertise. And, you know, we can do this, and it can be done responsibly. And the board has done it responsibly in Unit 1C, and also in Yakutat. There are buffers. And I think in Yakutat, there's a 500-foot buffer from the high tidal high water mark. And then Juneau and Douglas, there's a quarter-mile buffer from the coastline, parts of the coastline, I'm not sure exactly what. But it is enforceable. It can be done responsibly. And that's where I really want to come back to, is the idea that the department should be doing this. And also on this 1/4 mile setback from permanent residence, which is in Proposal 99, which I submitted, which is basically a copycat of the Anchorage Ordinance. The city of Anchorage, there's no trapping in Anchorage, and that's a Board of Game regulation. There's the Anchorage Wildlife management area and basically no trapping, no fur bear trapping. And, you know, we're in a highly populated area of the state right here. And, you know, the Matsu Borough has, for their planning purposes, identified subunits, and this is called the core area. So it's geographically defined, and you know, my suggestion is you do here in the core area the same thing that the Board of Game did many years ago in the city of Anchorage. And I think I'm out of my time, and I thank you very much. I know you all work hard and put a lot of time in, and I do appreciate that on a personal level. And by the way, I'm here for myself, not for the Wildlife Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any comments from board members? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Neelan, so I found your testimony very intriguing. So when you said core area, so like on Wildlife Alliance's map that they provided, map 5 pretty much looks at the Palmer-Wasilla area, and I notice there's an awful lot of trails in that, and I would consider that the core area that you're talking about. Would you also, or?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So you would, your thought process is maybe to address the core area, look at these trails and find out if something's appropriate for those trails?
My suggestion, I'd take it a step further than the Alliance has. And I would suggest that for the core area, the entire core area, you simply say no trapping. Or you create a special wildlife management area for the core area of the borough. And that's one of the things that we ran into in lobbying the Matsu Borough to do something about trapping. And that was about 4 years ago now. Was comments came back from assembly members, well, you know, buffers don't work. You know, it's too narrow, it's too complicated. And then the borough attorney said that the borough didn't have authority to do much more than the borough did. I think the borough attorney was wrong, but I guess I'm taking it a step further. I'm saying that you identify the highly populated area that we're sitting in now and basically say no trapping here. No fur bearer trapping it. And there are exceptions too. I mean, for trapping beavers, you know, who block culverts or, I mean, I'm not a fanatic, really. And that's not what we're suggesting. And, you know, with the city of Anchorage, repeatedly we said, you know, we want a good, tight, no kidding around, responsible ordinance. That's what we're looking for, something that works. And that, you know, there are exceptions like trapping beaver or muskrat trapping. If it's underwater, I mean, this isn't a problem. And you have the expertise to do that. You know, we don't, we're amateurs. I am at least. Thank you.
So just to follow up there. So you'd have no problem. So if there was an amendment put in there to something like underwater, submerged, elevated or enclosed, where pose no risk to anything, you'd be acceptable to some sort of an amendment like that in some of these areas?
Underwater, yes. I'm just not a fan of marten trapping, and so
Okay.
personally, no. But you know, I'm not calling the shots here. I mean, you have hundreds, I think over 100 comments in favor of this. There's lots. It's easy for people like me to get you a lot of comments on this because it's out there. This isn't me. There's hundreds of people who are interested and respond when we submit things on social media. This is real. It's, you know, there's a lot of controversy about that, as you must know.
Thank you very much.
Jake.
Neelan, thanks a whole bunch for your testimony. Just elaborate maybe a little bit on that last statement about you not being a fan of marten hunting. And I know you probably talked to a lot of like-minded folks, so I'm just going to kind of ask you to make kind of a broad generalization if you can. Is proposal 199 more about protecting pets, or is it more about the fact that you don't want to see a trap? You don't want to be walking through maybe perhaps a trail with a you know, a guest or a visitor or something like that, and not want to have to explain that, yes, trapping's allowed in Alaska. And so I'm just curious to know that.
No, it's about dogs. And, basically, I don't go personally in areas where there's traps during trapping season. And to be honest, right now, my dog died in July, and I don't have a dog now, but basically I just don't go there. And, and marten trapping, I've read, is a really cruel way to kill an animal because they hang and they struggle and so forth. So that's just me personally, but basically the impetus, and the reason you're getting all these comments is the dog issue.
Nealon, sorry about you losing your hounder, but thank you very much for that answer.
Okay.
Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Nealon. I think you're more than a novice. You're a pretty sharp guy. Do you think, or do you believe that the Mat-Su-Borough leash ordinance is being enforced and complied with?
I'm sure it's not. Because, I ski and hike up here, I see dogs off the leash all the time. And, we had the same discussion before the Anchorage Assembly, and basically, if in fact there were people, police officers citing people up in Hatcher Pass, on the Archangel Road for having their dogs off leash, or hiking up to the Snowbird Cabin or in the Nancy Lake Canoe area, if people were getting cited for having their dogs off leash, there would be an uproar and that leash law would change. As a practical matter, the leash law has to do with, in Anchorage, has to do with, the populated areas, where you got all these people, downtown, up on the hillside and so forth, but not on the trails, never has been.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Leland, for your testimony. In regards to, I'm just going to throw this out there, if, this is regards to the tags on traps. There's a lot of discussion at this meeting earlier on about disruption of the traps and how they would, check it, through checking these tags, they'd be disrupting the traps and therefore making it, this trap set worthless because it's been contaminated. Would if we put the tag somewhere in a proximity but not on the trap, would that work for you?
Certainly. I mean, in one of the suggestions in the trooper comments is that you could, on, leg hold traps, scratch in an identification number. So there are ways to do it. I mean, I think the proposal says tags. And actually, I'm not really sure why you mean disrupt, but disrupt the trap. I mean, if the trap has some, I guess like for a snare, you'd have to have a tag or something. But at any rate, if another way of doing it is to put identification nearby, fine. I mean, the idea is to give law enforcement the opportunity to enforce, but also to deter people who would be thinking about not following the rules. I mean, that's the other side of it. So if it's a 50-yard buffer, which, by the way, I like the idea of 50 yards, not a quarter mile, because I do think there's a problem with dogs that just run all over the place. I mean, you need to have your dog under control. And I think I've sort of run off and not answered your question, but I'm okay. Some sort of identification as a deterrence to people who cheat, don't follow the rules.
Okay, thank you. Just if I can follow up. So to be clear, you don't have, you're saying you don't have to have the tag on the trap. You're okay with it being within a 10-foot proximity or something to that effect?
Sure.
Okay, any other questions? Sounds like you've done your mission here. So thank you very much. And
thank you.
We'll go on to our next testifier, who is Andrew Couch. Andrew, are you here? Well, Andrew. Yeah. Okay, so we'll call him right after lunch then, if he's, or if he gets here before lunch, he can identify himself perhaps, but we'll go on. Then to Shirley Smelser. You here? And Eager.
Good morning, board members and chair. For the record, I'm Shirley Smelser, Tercy for my friends. You guys are my friends, no? But I was born and raised in Copper Center, and I'm here to oppose 210 and 211. I'm gonna take this off. I've done this a couple times, but I'm still very nervous doing this. Unit 13 is where I first started hunting as a little girl with my grandmother. Her name was Mary Jackson, and we used to do the road hunt. But ever since I did that with her, I've always had this special feeling of hunting in our area. And we weren't very successful then, but I do take part in the community hunt, and I hunt with my son-in-law, and we do get our catch. Did pretty well, and along with that, I share with like 6 other families, my mom, my daughters, my neighbors on each side, and that don't even include what my son-in-law takes part, his family, and shares with his family. And in this last year, we had a younger guy come along, and he did the packing for us. And he had a portion of, he got a portion that shared with his family. So I don't know how many families that was that he shared with. And to take away the hunt from us like that is really gonna we're not gonna get our winter food, this is our food security. I keep mine, and I dry them, I jar them, I smoke it, I do everything so I can have at least 3-4 meals a week with moose. I live by myself with I just recently got a foster baby, and she's 25 months old. And watching her eat all these native foods and seeing her expression when she eats it like it's good, it just makes me so happy. And bringing her up, she'll be doing the same thing I did when I was growing up. She'll be road hunting with me. She'll be out there next fall if I get fortunate enough she'll have her hands on. She'll be getting with that. That's how we train our young ones to hunt and give them that view, that window there that opens their eyes up to what they have been doing for thousands of years. And it makes sense to me to teach them when they're that young. And I'm gonna be out berry picking with her. I'll be out doing my fish camp. I do fish wheel every year. Last year I didn't, but I'll be back into it again. In my family, I take care of the moose head. I make the moose head soup. They all depend on me to do that. So my elders I put them in jars, and I pressure cook them, and I give them out to the elders. Otherwise, I give them into a package that could be frozen save it for later in the wintertime. You got to cook that for like 3 hours to get that good taste out of it, you know. The hide. This year, I'm finally doing the hide this year. I've got it in my smokehouse, saving it. I got 2 little tiny slits under that. The whole hide's just one hole, no holes hardly. I'm very excited to look forward to it this spring, putting it out and scraping it and getting moose hide done, because we use that for our vests, our moccasins, our slippers, gloves, and jewelry, earrings, whatever we use it for. it's a lot of work, but it's really worth it. Unit 13's been our traditional hunting spot for thousands of years. You see, our ancestors were never poor. We were healthy. We were living the style that we loved to live. We had our food security. We had caribou, we had moose, we had all our stuff that we needed. We were never poor. We always lived, they always lived to the fullest, and then they didn't take more than they needed, you know? They always had, made sure they had enough for everyone, and when they did run out, they did go get a portion more if they needed it. I've got one more thing, can I finish? I heard you were saying something about you don't do tribal to tribal government with the state board. But in 2002, you guys adopted a policy of where you were a policy of the what is it 136 Board of Game, the policy there. I know it's not much, but you do guys have a communication there. You can and talk with us about, you know, and go over. So it's not totally a loss of tribal to tribal government relationship with each other.
Yes, I acknowledge that. I did not mean to say that we don't work with local people and local governments. What I meant to say was that it's not we're not the ones who are making the decisions at the state level and recognizing tribal sovereignty, et cetera, which.
I understand that.
So with that, any questions from the board members? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you. Just a little bit more of a comment. Thanks a whole bunch for that testimony. I know it isn't easy getting in front of people and talking. I think you did a great job. And you did a really good job expressing the importance of bringing your kids out in the field and showing them how to hunt. Thanks.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Stash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Shirley, for your testimony. Can you, in your experience, what was the difference before the CHS hunt started? Can you?
Hi, Sasha. It's good to see you. You know, it was impossible to get a moose. It was hard to get a moose. We couldn't really. We weren't established to go and get on four-wheelers and go out in the woods and go out and do all that. We walked the trails, and by the time we got there, it seemed like all the moose were out further because of the hunters. It was. There's so many hunters on Unit 13. You know, Alaska's a big state. Unit 13 is just about that much, and this federal is just tiny. It was really hard to get. I think the last time we got one like that was with my children's father, and it was back when the racks were 40 inch or something. And that was like probably like 30 years ago. And we got one of those he was just coming out, like they say, moose come out and they give themselves to you. And that happened, it just out of the blue. And I think our whole family then, nobody in the family got a moose then. My grandmother was still alive then. She was very happy. She was just ecstatic that we got a moose for the winter.
Thank you. Just a little follow-up. Appreciate that comment. Have you ever hunted moose anywhere else but Unit 13?
Just Unit 13. My home, it's the only place I know.
Okay.
Love.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Further questions from board members? Okay, with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I think our next person is Odin Miller. Is Odin here? Yes. Looks like Odin.
Good afternoon, Chair Burnett and members of the Alaska Board of Game. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm a lifelong Alaskan and I work as an anthropologist at Otna Intertribal Resource Commission based in Glen Ellen. I'm here today to speak in fervent opposition to Proposal 210, which would eliminate the community subsistence hunt for moose, and Proposal 211, which will eliminate the CHH altogether. By eliminating this hunt, the board would create a situation in which the state would fail to provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence in Unit 13. The board has adopted two patterns of use in Unit 13, individual and community. The board has not presented any new data to suggest that these community patterns have changed in any fundamental way since they were adopted. Let us review the definition of community in Alaska Regulation 5 AAC 92.072 I2. Quote, a community or group is a mutual support network of people who routinely, at least several times a year, provide each other with physical, emotional, and nutritional assistance in a multi-generational and intrafamilial manner to ensure the long-term welfare of individuals, the group, and natural resources they depend upon. For purposes of this regulation, a community or group shares a common interest in and participation in uses of an identified area and wildlife population in that area, and that is consistent with the customary and traditional use pattern of that wildlife population and area as defined by the board. As ADF&G's Subsistence Division has pointed out in their presentation, RC4, tab 5.4, groups participating in the CSH are administered a questionnaire to ensure that they are complying with the community use pattern. The results of this questionnaire show that an overwhelming majority of participants in the CSH have showed connections with at least 6 of the 8 elements of the subsistence pattern of wildlife defined in 5 AAC 99.010, and these overlap heavily with the community pattern of use. Moreover, public testimony given so far in this meeting has specifically addressed many of these 8 criteria. Let's review them individually. 1, multi-generational pattern of use. Otna people who participate in this hunt have a pattern of use stretching back for thousands of years, as Grant Rebney, Shirley Smeltzer, and others specifically pointed out in their testimony the past few days. 2, a pattern of taking or use recurring in specific seasons of each year. It is well documented in ADF&G Subsistence Division's technical paper series and elsewhere that both Otna and non-native CSH participants have extensive histories harvesting moose and caribou during specific seasons when they are available in their local areas. 3, efficient harvest practices. The community nature of the CSH involves allocating human resources in a way to achieve maximum harvest efficiency, since only certain members of each community are able to go out and actually hunt. 4, close ties to and familiarity with the subsistence hunt area. Again, every Otna tribal citizen and most non-native rural residents have strong associations with the hunt area. For many, this is the area in which they live, and for the Otna, it has been their family's homeland for thousands of years. 5, thorough use of parts of the animal. Several commentators have pointed out that the stringent salvage requirements in the CSH and the fact that more meat is salvaged per animal than in sport hunts and the individual pattern of use. The CSH helps to provide Otna elders with some parts of the animal that are preferred foods to them, but are rarely ever even salvaged by sport hunters or in the individual household pattern of use. 6, handing down of knowledge and skills across generations. In their testimony, Linda Peet and Grant Rebney and others all spoke to the Otna tradition of passing down hunting knowledge across generations. 7, sharing within the community. As ADF&G's Subsistence Division, again, has documented in its reports going back nearly 40 years, 30% of households harvest 70% of subsistence resources in rural Alaska communities. Sharing is an integral part of every Alaska Native cultural tradition. Testimony from participants at this meeting, including Kim Dickman, Matthew Block, Mayo Nishkian, Ali Barker, and Shirley Smeltzer, describe providing a significant proportion of their harvested meat to entities such as the Chickalin Tribe and School. And 8, use of a wide variety of natural resources from this area. Again, this is well documented in ADF&G's technical paper series, stretching back over the last 35 years. CSH participants from communities in Unit 13, and presumably from those elsewhere as well, harvest dozens of different resources, including multiple species of fish, birds, large mammals, fur bearers, berries, and plants. The community subsistence hunt are designed to serve community patterns of use. They're not designed to create new communities. Instead of getting rid of the CSH, ADF&G should review groups participating in the hunt to ensure that they are
Finish it.
consistent with the regulatory definition of community as defined in 5 AAC 92.072 I2. Until the department actually reviews groups to ensure their consistency with the regulatory definition, there should be no further changes to the CSH. Thank you.
And thank you. Very concise and clear. Any questions from board members? If not, it's because you explained it well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, we should go to Jeffrey Wasley. Or Wasley or Wasley? Wasley.
All right, I'd first like to thank the board for hearing us today. I moved up to Alaska in 2000. Started with work as a biologist with the USGS in Anchorage for about 5 years, working with ducks and geese in various parts of the state. Transitioned into guiding and doing that the last 15 years. I have a place in Cold Bay where I live. And I'm here to talk about emperor geese. So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is in charge with managing waterfowl, and they gave the state in 2017 1,000 geese for the fall harvest. So it's to be a 3-year trial hunt. So in the first 5 years, what have we learned? Apparently, Alaska residents don't have a lot of interest in this hunt. The first year, they harvested about 150. And it's now dropped to, 100 or so a year or less. And basically, why is this? I guess basically we sell 6,000 to 7,000 duck stamps in Alaska. Just not a lot of waterfowl hunters. Emperor geese are in remote areas that cost money to get to, and I think most people that really wanted one have done so. So I am the co-author of Proposal 34. We're trying to increase the allocation of non-resident emperor goose tags. There's roughly over 1 million active waterfowl hunters in the lower 48. And the demand for their interest has gone up each year. In 2020, over 700 folks applied for the 25 non-resident tags. And I think there will be even more this year. So just a little history on the emperor geese. They were closed for 30 years. Prior to that, in the 80s, they were open. The limit was 6 a day for the entire season with no discrimination, whether you're resident or non-resident. 85, it went to 2 a day, and that was for both resident and non-resident. Per the management, the Emperor Goose Management Plan, it spells out equal use between user groups, being subsistence and fall hunters. So I guess that's about all I got. So if you guys have any questions.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeffrey, we talked earlier a little bit about the effects of COVID on the big game guiding industry, but what about on the bird hunting industry? You got any general thoughts on that?
We've seen a huge demand because people can't travel out of country. And some of our areas are closed in Alaska. The area I typically guide in January is closed the last 2 years. But we're seeing demand just skyrocketing for Alaska duck hunts. And it's pretty much all lower 48 folks, some residents.
Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jeffrey. In regards to this emperor geese, do you think part of the reason for the low harvest for residents might be because they're just not, they're so used to it being closed that they're not fully aware that it's open now?
I think it'd be the opposite. I think people were hunting them when it was closed. You know, rural residents, like, I don't think, and the data's there that shows that harvest never really went away, even though it was closed. So I think rural Alaskans are full aware that they can shoot emperors.
Okay, thank you.
I have one question. You're not changing the number of permits, but allocating more of them to non-residents and fewer to residents. How will that change the harvest?
So currently we're at 1,000 in a liberal season for fall harvest, and the population they just do one survey now for emperors on the YK Delta. So now it's down to 500. So in none of the years have residents shot more than 150 for the fall sport harvest. So I don't think giving half of them 250 to non-residents would affect the residents, because we've never even killed 250. In the last few years, it's down to like 100.
My question wasn't if it would affect the residents. My question was, would it affect the total harvest?
You would shoot 225 more geese, for sure. Well, probably 200.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any further questions from board members? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I think Mike Harris is next.
Good morning. My name is Mike Harris. I'll be speaking on behalf of the, is my mic on? I think it's on now. I'll be speaking on behalf of the Alaskan Boners Association, and if the board doesn't mind, I would like to speak on my own behalf after that.
That's okay.
Okay. So again, my name is Mike Harris. I'm the Legislative Vice President of the Alaskan Boners Association. I'd like to talk to you about our support for Proposal 4. In the past, we've advocated for a short archery-only sheep season prior to the general season, but were met with opposition due to conflicts with the existing youth season, etc. This proposal advocates for an archery season following the general sheep season instead. Aside from drawing permit hunts, there are currently no opportunities in this region of Alaska for bow hunters to pursue Dall sheep without the presence of rifle hunters. According to data pulled from Fish and Game, from 2009 to 2018, only 1.3% of the average harvest of rams was taken with archery equipment. These low success rates would pose no biological threat to the population, which is supported by the department comments. The purpose of this new hunt being a registration hunt would be so that Fish and Game can monitor success rates more closely. Proposals 2, 3, 5, and 88 are individual proposals advocating for an archery sheep season. I urge the board to keep this in mind, as there is a strong interest by many for additional sheep hunting opportunities for bow hunters. Next proposal that we would support is Proposal 11. This proposal merely allows the use of archery equipment where firearms are already legal to take beaver, and is really just common sense. Proposal 10 is an individual proposal that is similar but written slightly different. Contrary to what has been implied by previous testimony, recovering beavers can be much more efficient with arrows versus bullets. We would support Proposal 17. This hunt would not extend past September 25th, which is when most general seasons end. Being that it would be a registration hunt, the department could closely monitor it. According to the department data, only 1% of moose were taken with archery equipment in 17B from 2009 to 2018. Proposals 15 and 16 are similar to this proposal with some minor language differences. We would also support Proposal 57. This hunt, again, would not extend past the end of September, and being that it would be a registration hunt, the department could closely monitor and control it. Already in Unit 20B, there is an additional 5 days of general season for archery only, from September 26th to September 30th. This hunt would have no measurable impact on moose populations in the area. Proposal 56 is an individual proposal with some slight variations, and we would ask that you take that into consideration as well. We would also support Proposal 82. This proposal would allow for those in 16A who wish to do an extended early season bow hunt to hunt moose continuously from the archery season into the general season. It would also afford the opportunity for those in 14A and B to hunt an additional 2 days. Very few moose are taken in the existing early archery seasons, and this would have no negative environmental impact. We would also support proposals 68, 91, and 94. These proposals would give additional opportunity for bow hunters to pursue brown bears without having a negative impact. We do, however, support the idea of allowing these seasons to be available to all, not just bow hunters. The reason for submitting these as bow hunting proposals is to make a compromise if there was any environmental concern in allowing any weapon to be used. For the sake of time, I would ask that you refer to our on-time comments PC 009 for our reasons for supporting Proposal 87. Although we support the idea behind Proposals 60 and 61, we must oppose these due to environmental concerns for Unit 13 as outlined by the department. An additional archery season would bring more revenue to guides, transporters, outfitters, and the local economy. There are those that oppose the idea of extended archery seasons based on the assumption that it only affords opportunity for a select group. On the contrary, anyone who wishes can take part in an additional archery hunt, provided they have not already met their bag limit and they have completed the required certification. It must be remembered that bow hunting is not intended for filling the freezer, but for adding challenge while pursuing your quarry. Archery seasons were originally created to extend seasons and the joy of the pursuit without negatively impacting game populations. And I would end with just asking the board to consider this question. If there are no biological concerns and opportunity is not being taken away from anyone, why not approve proposals to add hunting opportunity for bow hunters? And that's all I've got for the ABA.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mike. That was very well put. Maybe I just misunderstood you, but I thought I heard you say that there was no bow or archery opportunity for archers that didn't have rifle hunters involved in it.
So no, in this particular area,
Okay,
for
that
this
area.
proposal, there are a few archery opportunities for Dall sheep, but they're only drawing permit hunts. There's no registration or general archery only
There's
hunts
a
in
general
that area.
season on the Hall Road.
I'm talking specifically
that area, yeah.
for the area, for this proposal.
Gotcha. Thank you. I misheard you. That's what I asked.
Any additional questions? I have one question. How many members are in your organization?
I haven't checked in a while, but last I knew we were roughly in the 500, but I haven't checked in over a year.
And the other follow-up on that question is how many of the bow hunters who hunt moose before the regular season continue on if they haven't got a moose with the bow and hunt with a rifle in the regular season?
I don't have data on that, and I'm not sure if the department does either, because it's all harvest ticket. But everyone I know that doesn't get a moose in the regular season, if they have, or in the early archery season, if they have time, they continue into the general season.
Okay, thank you. And if no other board member questions, go ahead and do your personal testimony. And
Okay, again, my name is Mike Harris. I'll now be testifying on my own behalf. Mainly in regards to these trapping restriction proposals. I'm not a trapper. I have trapped in the past, never in Alaska though. I do run dogs. I'm a member of the Verein Deutsche Drahthaar, which is a German versatile hunting dog organization, along with the North American Versatile Hunting Dog Association. So I'm always out fall, winter, spring hunting with my dogs. I see these proposals as kind of knee-jerk, broad stroke reactions to a few things that have happened, some unfortunate events that have happened. And I don't think they're going to be effective. I think there should be changes looked at, but they should be at the local advisory committee levels, and there should be some thought put behind them. When I hunt with my dogs for ptarmigan and other things, they're way farther than 50 yards from me a lot of times. Like, depending on snow conditions, they could be 300 yards away. And I've got them, under voice control and e-collars, but it's the responsibility of the dog handler and the dog owner to be on the lookout for traps and to educate themselves. And I don't think further restricting trappers is the answer. On the flip side of that, I don't think, everyone, I've heard lots of Alaska Trappers Association members throwing out the leash law thing, and a lot of them don't understand the borough ordinances that, voice control is a legal form of restraint. And, lots of people have dogs that are out of control, but mostly I think they're uneducated and they don't know how to look for areas that are being trapped. Marking your traps, I personally know people that have had traps and animals stolen because, people knew they were trapping. So I don't think trap tags or marking trails is necessarily the answer. And as far as enforcement, Bob Castle yesterday said that his dog was caught in a snare, but he admitted that it was after the season, so already this trapper was in violation, and it was on property that this trapper didn't have permission to be on. So already that was going to happen because that trapper was already being illegal and irresponsible. As far as the previous testimony to marten trapping, it seems like most of these people that are advocating for these restrictions are uneducated. Lots of marten trappers are using conibears that are elevated in a tree and are not going to catch a dog, but they're going to kill a marten instantly. People that are marten trapping, they're putting their traps in trees. Why should we expect them to have to walk 50 yards in hip-deep snow when they're already not going to catch a dog anyway? The same goes for other traps and snares that are not going to be lethal to dogs. So I think that these proposals should be tabled and looked into in more detail from all parties. The only other thing I had was for Proposal 89. I wrote this proposal. Some laugh at it for the longbone recurve hunt. If you look at states like Oregon and Oklahoma, Oregon especially has implemented these, they call them trad hunts or traditional hunts for traditional bow hunters. And the reason for them is to have even less of an impact because they were actually looking at losing hunting opportunity due to overharvest. And so they implemented these hunts in Oregon to reduce harvest, but still allow for the opportunity. And if you look in the on-time comments, especially in the there's a lot of them that don't have comment numbers. And they're PC 268 and PC 2 to PC 295. There's a lot of support for this, and like Dan Montgomery thought it was comical, but I'm sure he has no awareness of any of these hunts in other places. So I would urge the board to take a close look at that and consider it, and know that basically maybe one or two sheep would be killed every year, maybe, probably not even that on this hunt. So it would have no environmental impacts. And with that, that's my personal comments.
Any questions from the board? Go ahead, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Harris, thanks a lot for coming up here and giving us your public testimony. Regarding 89, Prop 89, The one question I had was, do you know how many of the traditional longbow hunters that hunt that area have had conflicts with rifle hunters that would have, I guess, deterred or challenged their ability to, I guess, connect with a sheep?
For this area, no. When I wrote this proposal, I just picked this area based on data that I pulled from Fish and Game and what I thought would be maybe a good area to start with that.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks a whole bunch for your testimony. For folks that might not be familiar with it, could you explain a little bit the process of getting your bow certification?
Yes, so in the state of Alaska, you've got your basic hunter education, muzzleloader education, crossbow education, and archery education. So you can get with the Department of Fish and Game and take either an in-person course, which would give you that bow hunter certification, or you can take an online course with an additional field day to get your bow hunting certification. So it's basically the same process as getting your basic hunter education or anything else like that in the state of Alaska.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Harris, thanks for your testimony. I'm curious, are you a bow hunter education volunteer?
I'm not yet. I've been looking into it, but the courses are always on conflicting dates for me so far. But I'm actually looking at doing that.
Thank you for doing that.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. If there's no further questions. And we have one more person before lunch. Ben, it's either Spice or Speece. Speece. Okay, thank you. You need to turn your mic on. Okay, thank you.
My name's Ben Speece. I'm here testifying personally and individually on my own behalf. I'm a resident of Anchorage, and I'm here to speak in support of 199, the Mat-Su-Buro trapping restriction. Had this restriction been in place and had it been followed by trappers, our dog would not have been killed last February. I'd like to recount that incident briefly and then share my comments. On February 7th, 2021, my son, who's 13, now 14 years old, was hunting with our dog Lola, who was a Husky Beagle mix. It was a hunting dog. He was ptarmigan hunting at mile 118 on the Glen Highway, just east of Glacier View. This is and you can see these maps here. This is an area within the Mat-Su-Buro. They pulled out into this parking area on the north side of the Glen Highway, and he was on skis hunting with a shotgun up on the shoulder of Gunsight Mountain. He was out for about 2.5 hours. He was returning to the car, to the truck with my wife. The dog was not leashed. This is a hunting dog under voice control. The dog left his side, went off to the north side of the trail there, about 40 feet, and was caught in a Conibear 330, which is a body grip style trap. This was a trap which was set on the ground. It was baited with a caribou jaw and scented with a musk of some kind. The dog got her head in the trap, and it came down and clamped on her neck, and she was killed probably within 3 to 4 minutes. My wife is experienced with body grip style traps, including these large size Conibear 330s. She was unable to release the trap until about 6 minutes. I don't think if she'd been able to release it faster, it would have made a difference. I think the trap killed the dog right away. Just briefly, this was within the Mat-Su-Buro. The dog was not on a leash. However, as the previous person noted, dog hunting under voice control is not in violation of any Mat-Su-Buro regs. It's a permitted use of the dog off leash. And as you can see, this trap was located about 50 yards from the, well, less than 50 yards really from the parking area and about 40 feet off the trail. There was obviously no tag or identification as to whose trap this was. I'd like to say briefly that, you know, our family is not opposed to trapping. There's a tradition of trapping in our family. I said my son, I misspoke, he's actually my stepson. His father lives in Nome and does trap. My wife has experience with these body grip style traps. My wife is Alaskan Native and she's a seamstress, and her whole business and source of income is sewing traditional clothing, hats, mucklucks, mittens, and our house is full of fur, much of which is probably harvested through traps like this. We're not opposed to trapping. I think that any fair-minded person would say this is probably not a great place to set a large body grip style trap. And I've talked with people from the Alaska Trappers Association, and I haven't had anyone yet tell me that this was a good place for a trap. The challenge with trapping is trying to find a balance to avoid use conflicts. That's a pretty obvious statement. And the question is, how do you do this? Do you do it through a geographic restriction by requiring setbacks from trailheads, or do you do it with a gear restriction on the type of gear? The proposal in front of you is a geographic restriction based on trails within the borough. I support that restriction. There are probably alternatives, which are also good restrictions. The trap which killed our dog was a Conibear 330, which is a very large-sized trap. Also large is the next size down, which is Conibear 220. I personally have no problem with snares or leg hold traps. A snare or leg hold trap I don't think would have killed our dog. When we travel in the backcountry, we carry pliers, and we're also familiar with how to release snares. If this had been a leg hold, she might have broken her leg, but frankly, that's not that big a deal to me. I think that the problem are these large body grip style traps, which are set on the surface. I think that an appropriate restriction would be setbacks from roads of greater than 50 yards, with exceptions carved out for underwater sets. And again, I think the problem is Conibear 220s and 330s. And that's my testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for your testimony, and before I ask for questions, I'm sure we're all sorry for your loss. And so any questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Benjamin, for coming and testifying and giving us what happened out here last year. I heard a couple different things now. The last testifier said his hunting dog gets well past 50 yards while he's out hunting. I'm curious how far your dog the distance will be between you and the hunting partner?
Oh, it could be several hundred yards. But in general, this dog was great, and she stayed quite close. This trap was about 40 to 50 feet off the trail, and if you're familiar with that area out there, this is a high-traffic, multi-use trail.
Yeah, no. I'm just saying if that trap was 50 yards out, was there a potential for your dog still to go up there?
A potential, yes, of course. A likelihood, no.
Okay.
I mean, I think, again, this is where the rub is for the board, is what's the nature of the restriction. I think the geographic restrictions are useful, but I think a more appropriate restriction is a gear restriction, because a snare or a leg hold trap is not a problem. A problem is these large-style Conibear traps. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you.
Additional questions from board members? If not, again, thank you for your testimony. It was very clear and very well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
And at this time, we're going to go to lunch until 1:30. We have a few more one advisory committee and I think 3 more personal testimony. And then after that, we'll take a break and we'll move into the next portion of our meeting. Thank you. Yeah, 1:30. Call the meeting, the Board of Game, back to order at 1:35 PM. We're going to go on with public testimony. And I have a second call for Andrew Couch. You're in the room. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello?
I assume I had to turn that on. Is it good now? Good to go? Go. So, my name is Andrew Couch. I've been a member of the Matanuska Valley Fish and Game Advisory Committee for over 25 years. I'm not representing the committee. I'm talking as myself. I've guided Mat-Su Valley sport fishing trips for over 35 years on the Little Susitna, the Deshka, out of a Susitna landing, and I've also guided ice fishing trips. I'm here today because I'm greatly concerned with our moose populations in the Matanuska and Susitna Valley. I harvested my first moose on a winter drawing hunt. It was an antlerless moose. I harvested it in 14C in 1973. I've harvested moose on special drawing permits in Unit 14A, Unit 16A, and Unit 16B. And I've also killed a considerable amount of moose just in the general hunt. As a member of the advisory committee, I voted in favor of the department's proposal to reauthorize the 14A drawing permit hunts. And I did that because I realize how important those hunts are to a lot of people and what they provide. And I think they provide a good management tool for the department as well. However, there are some things that greatly disturbed me about the Unit 14A hunt, and also about the proposed antlerless hunt in Unit 16B. Years ago, there was a research biologist for the department named Ron Modafferi, who did a study of those Susitna, lower Susitna moose populations. In his study, he found that, he did a study, he was tracking moose, some of those moose he tracked for 10 years. One in particular that had calves every one of those 10 years. In his study, he found that moose from 14B and 16A, a portion of them migrated into 14A. Some of them migrated as far as the Palmer Hay Flats. And so a winter hunt in 14A doesn't just harvest 14A moose. It harvests 14A moose, it harvests 14B moose, it harvests 16A moose. And Modafferi also tracked a bunch of fish, moose on the lower Susitna. He tagged in 16B. And a lot of those moose on the lower Susitna just stayed in that lower Susitna area where he tagged them. But staying in that lower Susitna area, they migrated, some of them migrated into 14A, which is open in the winter. It's open throughout the entire unit with a high number of permits. 300 to 400 could be available. So I have a big concern with those moose from those other units, which are at or barely above or just below objective level. Doesn't seem right to me to harvest those in a winter hunt in 14A. And I think this could be adjusted by the board by maybe requiring that those hunts not be unit-wide in 14A. In the fall, the hunts are broken up, I believe, into 7 or 8 cow hunt areas. And rather than just giving a general permit in the winter that can go everywhere in the unit, a smaller area could focus harvest on specific portions of the population if needed. Saying that, some of the easiest places to hunt are places like the Palmer Hay Flats and the Susitna Flats State Game Refuge. and areas like the Big Lake Burn and the Sockeye Burn. Those are all important winter habitats, and those are all areas where moose most likely aren't really problems to people driving on the road and stuff. There are some that get hits on the hay flats, but there's lights on the hay flats so that you can see those moose as well. I've talked to quite a few people who have told me how many moose or how few moose they're seeing, the hay flats in particular. Like I said, I'm an ice fishing guide in the winter. And I used to tell my guests, hey, when you're going across Palmer hay flats, look for moose, and here's where to look for them, and there's a good chance of seeing them. My time's up, but anyway.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from board members? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Andy. Thank you for your long-time service on the AC and your participation. Even when I've called you, you gave me a lot of good information. Do you have any information on moose from 16A or 16B, their migration, how far into Unit 14A they go?
So, yeah, like I said, Ron Modafferi's study, it's a department study, and I can get you some of that stuff probably later in the meeting. He's got some diagrams showing the patterns of migration. And yes, moose from 14B and 16A, some of them travel as far as the Palmer hay flats, which is entirely across the Unit 14A. And it depends, according to Modafferi's study, it depends on the winter. If you get a winter with hardly any snow, even some of the moose that migrate on a regular basis, some of them might not migrate as much. But when you get an early snow and a deeper snow, they travel further. And then the same goes with 16B. The moose there were traveling about, from what I saw in the diagrams, it looked to me about as far as the Little Susitna Public Use Facility into 14A.
So your real concern would be those drawing permit units that are on the adjoining 16A and 16B, and even some of 14. Well, 14B is really big.
Yeah, so, well, yeah, in 14A, the language is we're given up to 2,000 permits, and I think that's quite excessive. But then if you look at those other units, we're hardly given any permits. And when you consider we're harvesting those other other unit moose with that 14A permit, it doesn't make any sense. We should be specifically harvesting those moose from those other units, probably within those other units.
Great. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Any further questions from board members? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, it should be Faye Ewan, and she's online, I believe. Faye, you're up.
Hello, this is Faye Yuan.
Thank
Can you hear me?
We're hearing you just fine, thank you. Go ahead with your testimony.
Hello, thank you to the Board of Directors, Board of Game. Today I come to you with my testimony on behalf of our indigenous rights, our food sovereignty, our food security, all of the above. I sit on the Arctic Athabascan Council as an elder. At the United Nations, I made a testimony on how salmon's been affected and how the state of Alaska, in 60 years, it took them to turn our whole life around with their hunting and fishing. What I wanted to bring up today is when we go out hunting with our family, the first moose those kids get, as young, whatever age they are, with all the policies and regulations they had undermined our sovereignty to exercise our rights to teach our children our culture and traditional and customary use, which I understand that you guys define these community hunts with this custom CNT. I don't understand why we have to prove who we are, especially when it comes to hunting. And coming back to the young people, when they first get their moose, they have to give it to the other side clan. That's tradition and customary traditional way. And then when they get their first fish, they give it to the oldest elder in the village. That is our way of sharing. We respect our people. That's part of who we are. Caribou clan is my people. We're Ujishu. We have a long oral history from time immemorial, since the time God created this earth, how all the animals came on this world. That is our traditional oral history. Another thing too is when they do the community hunt in the fall time, it's like a rodeo to me. I see the same thing happen in the lower 48 when they slaughtered all the buffaloes. That's what's happening to our food security. We need to put a safety zone in all these 13 units. All of my hometown country there where I used to hunt on Denali, Paxton Way, there's houses there, there's homes there. The state of Alaska has given all of our traditional hunting and bounds away, our trap lines, all of it is given away, taken away from us. That's oppression. Another thing too is that when we do our potlatches and our ceremony and memorial and funeral, we depend on moose and caribou and fish to feed us. That's who makes us who we are. That's who defines us, is who we are, by showing this, put this on the plate, on the potlatch. That is how we prove who we are and how we take care of each other in the potlatch. We don't just go out there and look for the big 50-inch bull moose, and we don't just go kill any cow moose. We look for dry cow if we have to get that for ceremonial purposes, only for ceremonial purpose, which is our traditional way of life. Also, when we get caribou, we make sure every village people, they didn't get no caribou moose, we go there and we give them what we can share. We don't stingy. What I see the CSH, other community hunters give, moose skin, moose head, and sometimes the meat isn't even edible by the time it gets to Atla, when they say they give us all this food here. I know, because I work with these people that do that. I hunt and fish on Copper River region all my life. And that is almost going on this another 50 years. I see this depletion. I see Eureka. That was where my mother came from. That's the traditional Atna village, Old Man Lake, that area. Today, that four-wheeler trails is everywhere. You can go there, you can go build a house anywhere in those mountains now. Before, you used to never even see a trail. And then you go up Denali Highway, where the ground says, according to the federal law, that wetland, not supposed to have any kind of motorized vehicle, even a bicycle. But you go up to those land on state land, are you guys in compliance with the federal law? Are you guys upholding your fiduciary trust responsibility to my people? We're not considered Alaska citizens. We are a tribal nation. We are the native village of Clutica tribal members. We are residents of Alaska. We were never conquered or taken away. Our rights are still intact, under duress. We applied and we complied with all the law that you put down us. And today, our younger generation will never have and see what we have today, with you guys giving out all those permits to Anchorage and all these urban areas. What is the definition of urban and rural? Urbans can go all the way up to Copper River and hunt and clean out our land, but we can't come down here and kill moose. Why? That's what I don't understand. When long time ago, when Governor Egan, he said you natives will always have the right to hunt and fish forever. That is in the Constitution, Section 12, Article 12. Even the Anilka, Section 8, Section 8, on that spot says that we will have the right to hunt and fish in the time of shortage. This is my message to your people, that why are we being selected? Atna, I hear in your meeting for 3 days. Why don't you say the people of Copper River? Don't select and choose. I don't hear you guys picking on other people's name out there. I listened to this meeting here for 3 days. One thing I want to say is that you don't have any traditional knowledge. You only go by scientific facts. All I hear is percentage numbers and everything. But when I go along the highway in Copper River, I know what is up there. I know my land. Our people, Copper River people, we know who we are. We know where we come from and where we stand. We do not abuse killing moose. We do not abuse taking anything out of proportion. And we don't leave meat out there. You can't even tell when we kill a moose out there. But you know what? I've been on Denali Highway, Eureka, and I came home with a whole trunk of leftover food that you guys don't consider. You cut up all the bone off the meat, and you leave it there. That's the best part of the whole moose. If you can't take the bones, leave meat on there and drop it off at my house. I'll smoke it and I'll take care of it. We don't just do that. Our elders depend on us to hunt. I hunt and I live off the land. I finally got my free hunting license. I didn't know they had those kinds. And I use that to utilize my rights. I use this to, I very am concerned about the way I hear all this hunting and fishing and all these people asking for all these rights. You know what? I have autonomy. I have indigenous. I have all these rights still intact. And this is something that you guys have to start taking in your full faith and responsibility of protecting these animals and our land and our people. Another thing too is trespassing. You can tell that they don't have no respect for our land, but the state of Alaska will not have the troopers push charges against these people that trespass. But I'll tell you what, if I walk in your house, I'll bet you I'll get 10 years, and that's trespassing. That's what's wrong with this picture. I'm trying to explain to you what I see in my country. I can't even go to where the Ewan's traditional places, Ewan Lake, Crosswind Lake, Old Man Lake, all these lakes, they have a history behind it. Where's your traditional customary stories behind these CSH, all these 80 users, or whatever number of users you guys have in Alaska, and you approve that? You know what? I get my my tag, I get my hunting stuff all together. Thank you, AIRTC ATNA, for doing this for us, because lots of times we have to play these roles, and when we get out there, my other half, he shot a moose. There were 3 people came up on Denali, and they were trying to shoot him because they said they claimed that was their moose. That's not how you go out hunting. And when we call for Fish and Game for help, you know what? If we broke the law, guess what? They're right there. I know, because my son got charged for taking the testicles off the moose, because that is our tradition. We hang that in the tree. You tell that moose, thank you for giving its life. There's more to just killing moose and putting in the freezer. It tells you a story. When you open up that kidney, you see how fat it is. That's how you tell how cold winter's going to be. We still got a lot of traditional knowledge that you guys haven't even given us a chance. And then I want to know why us tribes don't have a seat at your table.
Okay, so Faye, I'm hoping you're about to wrap up, because we do have a time limit on all of our testifiers. But you have very powerful testimony, and are you able to answer questions from board members?
Oh, yes, I am ready for anything.
Thank you very much. I can tell you are.
Oh, another thing, too, I want to say those baby moose that we get, only the elders eat that. The baby moose inside of a stomach that get roadkill, all the elders, they get to eat that, because that food is sacred, because it's giving another life.
Okay, thank you. And questions from board members? Good question. I'm hearing no questions here. I think your testimony was so well done that it's answered the questions. So again, thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to say to Commissioner Lang, thank you for listening to us and giving us a chance to advocate our voice and give us a chance at least to be heard. And I hope you guys take this into consideration. Without that CSH, I can't feed my family. It's the truth. Because with the other hunt, there's too many limitations, too many laws. And with this AIRTC, that game management, what do you call that? agency, they help us, they work with us to get this moose tags and everything that we have. And when we get our moose, we make sure the elders get the first one. Then we could take what we have left. Sometimes I end up with a quarter moose, and you can ask anybody in Copper River. I have a big native food store that I give away free. I just brought down a cooler full of moose and fish for your people that can't go to Copper River and fish, who is originally from Copper River. I think it's time for us to go to the board and figure out how to change these regulations so we can all meet together and all have one dinner and one vote. Chinan Siniktalan Walakian.
Thank you again. Okay.
You're welcome.
Next, we're going to Aaron Bloomquist.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Aaron Bloomquist. I live in the Copper Valley in the summertime and in Wasilla in the wintertime. I guess I'm just going to go down by game management unit. I won't necessarily single out proposals, but I'm just to be clear, I'm also a member of the Big Game Commercial Services Board in the Matt Valley AC, but this testimony is just my own. We start in GMU 13 with the community hunts, and I've been involved in this since we made the community hunts. I guess I was the chairman of the Anchorage AC at the time, and they're not perfect. In a lot of ways, they're a disaster, but in a lot of ways, they also provide for people, and you've heard passionate testimony about them. I think if this board decides to modify or get rid of the community hunts, one thing I've suggested in the past is a winter hunt for the eastern portions of 13D and 13A, which are really tough to access during the regular part of the season. They also happen to be the closest to 7 of the 8 Otna villages. And I think there's an opportunity there. There's super high bull cow ratios in 13D. You know, and maybe a winter registration hunt where they give them out in Glen Allen or something like that. Some sort of a good addition or replacement, or I'm not suggesting one way or the other on the community hunts. I guess it's a tough nut to crack, but I've had a proposal to that before that didn't pass, but I think in what I know of the area, it would work good. I'm going to move on to Unit 11. There's a few proposals, some of them for archery only, some of them just to lengthen the moose season. Unit 11 is really remote, hard to access, especially the areas that have decent moose hunting. And I think a moose season 10 days longer even up there in there would be pretty reasonable. It could be archery only. I'm not necessarily always a proponent of archery only stuff, but it'd probably be all right. The early part of that season is in August. And I guess if I was king for a day, I would say get rid of the August part of the season because almost nobody uses it. I would say, you know, I don't have numbers off the top of my head, but there's very, very, very few moose taken in August in there, and it's probably not really needed. But a longer season in 11 would be nice. Staying in Unit 11, I'm going to talk about bison for a second. I actually wrote a proposal at one point that was very similar to proposal number 51, written by Tim Nelson. The bison have moved south down towards the Chittenden River, and I'd probably spend more time with these bison than anybody in the last 20 years, probably. I know where they're at. I know how they move. I'm intimately familiar. I really like them. I think and you know, I've guided some down there myself. And the boundaries that Tim has are spot on. Also wants to expand the hunt a little bit by adding some tags. It's probably necessary at this point. There's some land management. Some of the land is now closed. To bring the success rate down a little bit. Moving on to GMU 9. I think Unit 9C, when we were in Dillingham last time, was included in the season, shortening the season lengths, probably unnecessarily. Most of 9C is park, so it doesn't have any hunting. It has a lot different weather than farther out the peninsula. So I think that's proposal 208. I have it in my notes here, but I can't read my own writing. Sorry about that. That one's probably totally reasonable. It's not like 9E and D or D and E. And there's a bunch of proposals to make the resident season longer, do some of those sort of things. I think the only aspect of that I could support, which I know there's a lot of people that support it and a whole bunch that don't, is maybe decoupling the resident from non-resident and non-resident seasons. I just got a text that my voice is going in and out, so I'll take some questions later if you missed anything. But there might be some advantages to having residents and non-residents hunting every other year, but not the same year, which seems like a reasonable thing for some conflict mitigation. Next, I'm going to move on to 17A. I actually had a guide area in 17A for a long.
So you're just about out of, Aaron, you're about out of time here, so try to wrap it up quickly.
Yep, I'm almost done. This is my last one. So I had a guide area in 17A for a long time. The department has a proposal to make the season longer for non-residents and add tags. That proposal is reasonable, although I think it's unnecessary for it even to be a draw anymore. The one guide that has an area, it's all refuge, it's all one exclusive area. He only gets 4 moose tags out there by his concession. So you're not going to have any more guided pressure. And I actually think these drawings sometimes actually attract more people to it. I was just looking at the data, and it's always been about a 50% draw odds. Now that we can put all our 6 beans in for one, it's like 20%, but I'm suspecting a lot of those are people putting in all 6. So I think that one's reasonable. It's proposal 13. I would say amend it, make it a registration. I think they're going to find that they're actually going to have fewer people hunting it than if it was a draw, because there's so many options in Western Alaska right now, and there's a ton of moose out there. All the conflict areas are already closed to non-residents along the Togiak River. So that one makes sense, and I will leave it at that. I had some trapping stuff, but that's already been said by others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloomquist. And any questions from board members here? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Aaron, this is Al. In down in the peninsula, Unit 9C, ED, do you think it's reasonable to separate the non-resident hunters from the resident hunters by having a different portion of the season each year?
Hey, Al, thanks for that. Through the chair. I'm not sure. I think that would be sloppier than to actually have them hunt in different years. If you wanted to change it and move them apart, which I don't think this is a huge conflict area when it comes to residents and non-residents, but I've heard a little bit about it. I think it'd probably make more sense to just have them hunt alternate years where they're totally separated. I mean, it would definitely provide, it's the one chance in Alaska wildlife management that you could totally eliminate resident and non-resident conflict. And I've heard a lot of guys say, "Oh, there's gonna be so many more resident hunters hunting down there," and I'm just not sure I buy that. I think it's a certain kind of person that's gonna make the effort to go down there, and there's almost none of them. I mean, like 1% that shoot more than one bear in their lifetime on the. So that's how I would do it, I guess, if I had to choose.
Stosh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Aaron, for your testimony. Can you give me your thoughts on Proposal 3, the late season bow hunt in units 11, 13, 14, and 16 from September 21 to October 10?
Yeah, I guess I think that one's probably too broad, that specific proposal. These type of things I think need to be more targeted. Like I said before, I think Unit 11, you know, if we wanted to be super conservative, there's no doubt that there's room for a bow hunt, you know, for an extra, the season ends September 20 there. So, you know, maybe the 20th through the 30th or something. There's no doubt in Unit 11 there wouldn't be any.
No, just to follow up. Thank you, Aaron. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought you were. Anyways, yeah, I think there's just in the rest of those areas. I think there's other questions, and I haven't even examined them all to speak to it.
Okay, Aaron, thank you. A little follow up on that. If we pass that as is, what do you think the take would be on those late season Dall sheep?
Oh, you were talking about Dall sheep. I thought we were talking about moose. I'm sorry, Stosh. You know, that's a different question. I think the take is low on Dall sheep when archery hunters involved. We know that. There's a few guys that are absolute assassins when it comes to bow hunting Dall sheep, but they're absolutely the most elite bow hunters on the planet, and there's like 5 of them. So, you know, I think if we're talking about sheep, there's going to be very little take. You know, a late hunt like that is tough. Some years it's not going to go off at all because there's going to be too much snow. And I think, you know, but I definitely do, if you're going to do a bow hunt for sheep, it has to be after the season, the normal season, and not before it, because bow hunters do get in there and they push sheep around like crazy. And I think what you'd find is, you know, the normal last residents and others that want to hunt sheep would have a whole bunch of sheep in the stratosphere on August 10th when the season opens. So afterwards, I could go for it. I definitely couldn't before the season.
Thank you, Aaron. Appreciate your testimony.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Aaron, I'd be interested in hearing some of your thoughts on the trapping proposals.
Thanks, Lynn. Yeah, I missed through the chair. I just had some general comments about the trapping proposals. We're starting to see conflict with dogs, even out in the Copper Valley now, on trails that are trapping trails. That's what they are. Other people use them for snow machines and that kind of stuff. And just here in the last 10 or 15 years, it seems like more and more people are just getting out to recreate with their dogs, whether they're ski-juring or fat tire bikes, all of this kind of stuff. And, you know, and particularly the proposal that speaks to 200 trails or whatever, I would be willing to bet, I don't know all those trails, I know some of them, I looked through the list, but I would be willing to bet that the vast majority of those trails were built by trappers. And I know that's true, you know, out in the Copper Valley where I'm most familiar. And, you know, we're getting to the point where I feel like unless these other groups want to put a bunch of money and time into cutting and making trails, which they can, they seem to be commandeering trapping trails. I mean, the only other segment of society that's built a ton of trails in Alaska are miners, and most of the mining trails are also trapping trails. So it's really a tough nut to crack. I think, you know, there's maybe a requiring posting a sign at the start of a trail that you're trapping or something like that, that's a certain size and big and bright and has, you know, trap. I think that could help to some extent. It's going to keep people more on their toes with their dogs. But boy, I'm frustrated to see this. I'm frustrated to see where some of the trappers have gone. And let's be clear, I'm not a trapper, but, you know, I have a lot of friends that are trappers that are good, ethical trappers, and I'm not certain who these people are that are putting traps in super high used places, but that may be just adapting to what's changed in the last 5 or 10 years. It may not be an unethical trapper. It might be somebody that's been using this trap line for 20 years. Now all of a sudden there's a bunch of people with fat tired bikes and dogs running around on it. And his use hasn't changed. It's incursion of others that is. It's a tough nut to crack. I think there's some stuff that can be done. There's logical solutions to some of this, but kicking trappers off of their own trails is not that so.
Okay, thanks, Aaron.
Any further questions from committee? If not, thank you for your testimony, Aaron, and I'll be seeing you on Zoom here probably next month.
Right on. We'll see you. Thank you very much.
Okay, bye. Next, we have Randy Alvarez. Randy Alvarez, who's going to be testifying in place of Jim Tilley.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. This is Randy Alvarez. Do you hear me?
We hear you.
Hello. Do you hear me? This is Randy Alvarez.
Yes, Randy, we hear you fine, and go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Randolph Alvarez. I live in Igiugig, Alaska, and I'm here representing the Lake Iliamna Fish and Game Advisory Committee. We had a meeting on January 5th, 2022 teleconference, and the meeting started. Our committee is made up of 10 members, and we had a quorum of 6 to start the meeting, and then about halfway through we had another member get on, so we had ended up with a 7-member quorum for our meeting. And for staff, we had Dave Crowley, wildlife biologist, Alicia Carson, Todd Rinaldi, the biologist, and then we had Karen O'Connor Brito and Christy Dibbles from board support on. We also had some guests from DNA and one local resident, Carl Hill from Igiugig. And then we had an election for our committee is made up of 10 members. 7 members are designated members from villages around, from Port Ellsworth and Nundalton and around Iliamna Lake villages. And we have 3 out of the 10 members. There are 3 undesignated seats, and one of the undesignated seats was up, and we had an election and reappointed Thomas Hedlund from Iliamna for that seat. And then we had an election for secretary for the committee, and Ed Fowler voted for that secretary position for our committee. And we listened to our biologist reports on updates on our fishing or our game in our unit. And we're all in Unit 9B, but we also use 9C and 9A, but not as much as 9B, and then also 17B, which is right to the north of us. Those areas, so those are our main areas of use for our villages, the people that live around that we represent. And next I'll go to our comments on the proposals for the Central and Southwest Region meeting, which is we're doing now. On proposal number 197 to reauthorize the brown bear exemption take fee, we supported that. The vote was 6-0. Proposal number 204 to lengthen the moose seasons in 9B and 9C and align with 9 areas in 9C. We supported that one. The vote was 5-1. One person that didn't vote for it, didn't like the 5 days addition proposed being at the end of the present season. They would rather have it at the beginning. So the vote, that was what why he voted no. The proposal number 206, we are in support of 206 for resident-only early late season for bears in Unit 9. We listened to the Dave Crowley, our biologist, report on that, and our discussion, our thoughts was, there isn't a lot of, probably wouldn't be a lot more resident harvests. So we supported that because presently we have that season around the villages that's all year round. We're within so many miles of the village for bear control if there's a bear problem. So we supported that. The vote was 6-0 on 206. Going to proposal 207, close brown bear hunting in Unit 9A. We oppose that proposal. The vote was 0-6 to oppose it. And our biologists didn't think there's a problem with the population where it needed to be closed, and it seems like it doesn't get a lot of use over that area on the other side of the mountains towards the coast. So and the bears do move in from Unit 9B or 9C, so so there was no reason to close Unit 9A to bear hunting. Next proposal number 208, change the brown bear hunting seasons in Unit 9C to align with Unit 9A. We support that proposal, and the vote was 6-0. But I suppose if the previous proposal was changed, then this would be null. The proposal 146, limit big game registration permits to 1 per species per year. We are opposed to that. The vote was 0 in favor, 7 opposed. Don't feel that that needs to be checked, because you can get more than 1 registration permit in the area. Okay, proposal number 239, require all resident registration permit hunts to be available for application online. We support this proposal 239. The vote was 7-0 because most of our villages don't have a Fish and Game office nearby, so most everyone gets their registration permits for moose and caribou online. So we feel that this would be beneficial. Proposal number 247 is to discontinue lethal taking of wolves under the predator control implementation plans. We are opposed to this proposal. The vote was 0-7. This would remove, in our opinion, remove wolf control as a tool. So that's why we were opposed to that. And Sheriff, thank you. That's all we had in our minutes to forward to you.
Thank you, Randy. And questions from board members? Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good report, Randy. Just proposal 204, I'm kind of confused as to when the person was in opposition, was it before or after the amendment?
Let's see. Okay, that 204, let's see, I'm looking at our minutes here. We amended it to, leave the extension at the beginning of the season. That was our amendment the proposal, is proposed to add 5 days to our fall moose season, and I made an amendment proposal and asked that if there was to be 5 days, that it be added at the beginning of our hunt instead of at the end, because in the past, we've also been able to hunt on federal lands in our area, and federal lands were starting open on August 20th. And that got changed for this last fall season. So we had to wait for September 1st to hunt. So our amendment was put that 5 days at the beginning, which September 1st would essentially be the 25th of September or the 26th, one of those days. But and then the person that you're asking, the person that was in opposition to that, he wanted to see it at the end. Because the discussion was that the moose are going into a rut later in some areas, so they're not coming around as early. I believe that's why that one vote was in opposition.
Okay, yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions for Randy? Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Randy. That was a good presentation. I seen you had trappers represented in your meeting. Did you guys discuss Proposal 30, which was shortening the wolf season, which would be basically eliminating the season when the wolves are denning? Did you guys discuss that proposal?
No, we didn't. That was about 3 weeks ago, and I don't know. We didn't discuss that. It's not on the minutes, so. But I know there's not as many people trapping as there used to be. I used to trap quite a bit, and I haven't trapped for quite a while. Just to, helping my son put out some traps, my grandson. But no, we didn't. But we didn't discuss.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for taking your grandson out and showing him how to trap.
Oh, you're welcome.
Any additional questions from board members? If not, thank you, Randy, for your testimony. And we have one more person signed up to testify, and that is Jonathan Zeppa. If you're on, go ahead and.
Yep.
Okay. Go
Yes. Hello, everybody. I'm Jonathan Zeppa. I represent Alaska Frontier Trappers Association. We are the other trap association in Alaska. When we have, in close coordination with ATA, discussed Proposal 199 and oppose it strongly. In addition, I just want to start out with 3 points, really. The proposal isn't about making trails safe. If you look at the goals in the Alaska Wildlife Alliance, the organization who submitted the proposal, they are clearly, it's not about safe trails. Number two, we did provide written testimony that goes into a lot of detail about some of this stuff. But the second point that I wanted to really make is I've heard that there's been several emotional testimonies about conflict with traps, snares, and pets. And this is always Not a good thing. It's always sad, especially when a pet does not survive the incident. It's horrific. However, several of these and about half the examples provided in the proposal, they were outside the trail systems or not within 50 yards of these trails that are in the proposal. The regulation wouldn't have changed any of the outcome on the incident, so I asked that the board take a really objective look at this proposal. That said, the lack of research in the proposal is also concerning. There are over 200 trails listed, but no mention of which ones have frequent conflict or any discussions on patterns of use. I think it was brought up earlier by Aaron about the who's using these trails and how frequently. For example, a personal example, I run a trap line and I use about 2 miles of the trail system. Matthew Burrow calls it 123 crosswind trail system. And I have not seen another person or snow machine on that line from 10 November until last weekend. One snow machiner went down that trail and moved on to other places. So I would like to see a lot more research on who is using trails, and it should be a consideration in this proposal. Another consideration is that trappers are actually, we believe, Alaska Frontier Trappers Association believes, contrary to Alaska Wildlife Alliance, trappers and trapping on multi-use trails actually makes it safer for other outdoor recreational users. Trappers are out there consistently. Our membership has provided several examples of trappers that have stopped to assist people that have broken down or been in snow machine accidents or even highway accidents to or from. About a month ago on the Glen Highway, my trapping partner and I stopped and helped somebody that had flipped over, and him and his dogs were inside the vehicle, trapped, and he got out. We got his dogs together and got him somewhere warm until dispatch 911 could be called and dispatch could get there. So the point is that trappers on these trails are actually, and that's something that was not taken into consideration in Proposal 199, actually make a lot of the more remote trails safer. So what we would like to see really is education. That's the only way that we are going to minimize conflict, is education for trappers and other trail users, especially pet owners. It'll minimize conflict without punishing one group over another. That's all I have. If you guys have any questions, I'd love to help be part of the solution.
Questions from board members? Orville?
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. That was a really good answer to some of the questions I was thinking of. And it was a pretty sad incident that happened there, but I was wondering if you'd be in support of those groups. I said about two sides meeting together and coming out with some solutions.
Absolutely. As a matter of fact, I've been in contact with the Willows Mushers Club. We have several of our members that are involved heavily in kennel clubs, and they provide demonstrations on, trap removal from pets, how to operate traps, how to look for a trapper's trail, signs that somebody is trapping in an area. Basically, we provide those very frequently upon request, at least annually, sometimes more if asked. And we are very interested in working with the community at large, as well as new and even experienced trappers on other techniques that are maybe provide less conflict. But using bureaucracy to just basically carte blanchely prohibit trapping within certain areas or along certain trail systems and trailheads is really just it penalizes one user group over another. And we would not like to see that. We would like to see people educated on trapping. There's a lot of risk whenever you travel in the outdoors in Alaska, especially in the winter. And for your pet, trapping is a potential risk, as well as angry moose and thin ice overflow. There's a lot of things. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I just had a follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was really appreciative of that and people working together. I've hunted and trapped almost all my life, and I've had my dogs out there and they've been loose and I've managed to not catch them, but I'm curious, what would they be trapping in that area on that picture with that kind of trap?
Which I'm unclear. I can't see the picture. Unfortunately, I had a close contact with COVID, and I just decided not to risk coming in. So I don't see the picture that's in question.
If I could, that was a picture of a 330 conibear trap that was set right near a trailhead within 40 feet of a trail.
No, a large body grip trap, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, that is definitely a concern. It's a very effective set in places that are maybe off the road system. However, unfortunately, that set is also very effective because it is humane. Unfortunately, it also is very effective because those kind of sets can kill pets very easily, and that's that judgment question or judgment call that I had discussed earlier. Educating young trappers that maybe watch a YouTube video or watch some trapping online and decide they want to go set something, they buy a trapping license. If they had some education behind them, if they joined a Trappers Association and learned a little bit about how to use discretion and other sets that are just as effective, there's the chances of minimizing that kind of behavior along trailheads would be a lot less likely for that to happen. Does that?
Yeah, that's a real good answer. I just didn't know what to think. I couldn't imagine you'd catch anything there. But anyway, thank you and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. I believe that if it's poorly, looks like a poorly set conibear with bait behind it, it was probably an inexperienced trapper would be my guess. Somebody that doesn't really know about trapping and doesn't know there's other options out there that are less lethal for pets and maybe know to move away from trailheads where people tend to let their dogs out off leash.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions from the committee, except James has a question. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jonathan, James Cooney, thanks a lot for your public testimony today. Thanks for calling in. One question I had was, would the Alaska Frontier Trappers Association and the Alaska Wildlife Alliance, or if the Alaska Wildlife Alliance was willing to meet with your group, would your association be willing to, instead of compromise on a geographic restriction such as being proposed in 199, would they be willing to discuss specific areas instead and discuss gear restrictions instead, as discussed in the previous comment on the Conibear 330, I believe?
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to include ATA in that invite. I would like both our organizations there in that meeting because if you meet with one group and not the other user group and you come to some conclusions and the other group doesn't agree, that can be problematic and kind of defeat the purpose.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Okay.
All righty.
No more questions, so thank you for your testimony. And you happen to be the last public testifier today. So at this point, we're gonna take probably a 15-minute break. Be back somewhere around 10 till. And then we're going to start on proposals. We have on the area-wide proposals. We'll have a little bit of discussion before the proposals start, but be prepared. And we'll go at least till 5 o'clock today. Call the Board of Game meeting back to order. It is 2:49 PM. This afternoon, we've gone through public testimony the last 3 days, and now we're going to start working on the proposals. We're going to start with area-wide proposals, region-wide and multiple unit proposals. Before we do, I want to remind the board, since a number of board members are new and we haven't worked together with this group, it's very important whenever we adopt a proposal that we make very clear why we are doing what we're doing. That is on the record. The discussion should include reasons, because we're changing the law. So it's important that we have a discussion on it. We're not just going to bring something up and vote on it. Put on the record reasons and make sure that everybody can go back and look at why we did what we did. Beyond that, I think we've all understand the process. We're going to go through these. We may take up some things out of order and not take up others if they're related, depending on how things turn out. But before we start on any of the proposals, I would like to go back to the beginning of the meeting when we did our ethics disclosures. We have some new members. We had some concern that an ethics disclosure might have left something out, and a couple of members came to me with their concerns about that. And so I'd like James to reread his ethics disclosure for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Cooney, and I have worked for U.S. Army Alaska for over 17 years as both an active duty Army officer and currently as a Department of the Army civilian. My primary source of income is the Department of the Army, or is from the Department of the Army as a civilian. I do receive a PFD from the state of Alaska and receive honorarium from the state of Alaska for my time serving on the Board of Game. I have no other sources of income from employment and have no other business interests. I am not married and have no children. Neither I nor any other family members have any business or organization relating to fish and wildlife resources. I am currently a life member of the Wild Sheep Foundation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and National Rifle Association. In the past, I have been a member of the Safari Club International and Ducks Unlimited. From 2015 to 2017, I volunteered on the Safari Club International Alaska Chapter Board. I never received any compensation for my time served volunteering for the organization. Since 2017, I have volunteered on the Alaska Wild Sheep Foundation Board and am currently serving as Vice President. I do not and have never received compensation for my time served volunteering for the Alaska Wild Sheep Foundation. The Alaska Wild Sheep Foundation is a conservation organization with a mission to put and keep sheep on the mountains of Alaska. The Alaska Wild Sheep Foundation does not submit proposals to the Board of Game, nor does it comment on proposals submitted to the Board of Game. I currently hold a State of Alaska Assistant Guide license. I have not guided hunters in Alaska since the fall of 2015 and have no intention of guiding any hunters in Alaska in the future. Lastly, since 2007, with the exception of 1 year serving in Afghanistan for the Department of Defense, I have been a resident hunter of Alaska. I personally hunt for myself in our great state as much as time allows. I am not involved in any lawsuits against the state, Board of Game, or the Department of Fish and Game. I certify that my ethics disclosure statement is true, correct, and complete. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, James. And with that, I'm sure that that is a complete statement, and you're able to fully participate in every matter to come before the board. And then Lynn Keough, you had additional things that you wanted to put on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just kind of go back through the whole thing again, right? Okay. So my name is Lynn Keough. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I'm married. My wife, Mary, and I have 3 grown children, 7 grandchildren, and 8th due in May. In January 2020, we moved to Wasilla to be closer to our kids and grandkids. We have owned and operated a fishing charter business on the Kenai Peninsula for over 35 years. Our youngest son works in the business with us, operating his own boat. I commercial shrimp in Prince William Sound prior to our fishing season, trap full-time in the winter, and I am a receiving agent for Fur Harvester Fur Auction. I'm also a licensed registered guide, work for various guides in the fall, primarily for moose and bear. I am a member of the Alaska Trappers Association, but have no decision-making roles. Primary income is from our fishing business and supplement with guided hunts, shrimping, and selling furs. My wife and I both receive Alaska Permanent Fund. I receive a stipend for serving on the board of game. Neither myself or any family member is part of any lawsuit involving the state. This statement is true, correct, to the best of my knowledge. And as I failed to mention earlier, so the potential conflict is that my one son commented on 3 different proposals that were of concern to him. He traps, subsistence traps for personal use. And I guess that's about it.
So is trapping a significant source of income for you or your son?
No.
Okay. Just want to make sure that that's on the record and that, is it a major life activity for you or your son?
For me, it's an activity that I conduct all winter long. For my son, no.
Okay, so you're in the same position as any other person who is a trapper in the state of Alaska, just
Yes.
like we are. In the
Broke.
I just want to make sure that that's clear, that everybody knows the situation.
Okay.
And with that, you can participate in the matter to come before the board. And if you feel that you're unduly influenced by your son's comments, then you could recuse yourself on those issues.
Okay.
Thank you. With that, I think we'll go to region-wide and multiple units. It's Stosh.
Wait, sorry. Oh, yeah, sorry, I'm ready.
Yep. Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 1 to shift to a later moose hunting seasons in Units 13 and 14.
Second.
Would like the department to make their comments on this first.
Good afternoon, Chairman Burnett, members of the board, staff, guests, and members of the public. For the record, I am Todd Rinaldi. I'm the Regional Wildlife Management Coordinator for the Central Southwest Region 4. I will be addressing region-wide and multi-unit proposals 1 through 11, 197 through 199. They can be found in RC4, tab 2.1. And for the specific AC votes on these area-wide proposals, please refer to RC2. Proposal 1 seeks to shift the moose hunting season in Units 13 and 14 to a later date in the year ending on October 9th, replacing September 20th and September 25th. This is a public proposal and the department is opposed. The current regulations for residents and non-residents in Units 14A and B is 1 bull moose with spike fork, 50-inch or 3 brow tines on at least one side, with a bow and arrow only from August 10th through the 17th, or under general hunt rules from August 25th to September 25th. I've listed 14C here as there is no early archery season. 14C is not on the call. It's outside of Region 4, but I have included it here. It's in Region 2. And in Unit 13, the resident season is 1 bull moose with spike fork, 50-inch antlers, or 4 brow tines on at least one side under general hunt rules from September 1st through September 20th. There's positive, customary, and traditional use finding in Unit 13 in an amount reasonably necessary for subsistence of 300 to 600 moose. The current season end date of September 25th in Units 14A and B was first instituted in regulatory year 2009. The general season moose hunt in Unit 13 has ended on September 20th since 1970. All of Unit 14 is within the Anchorage-Matsu-Kenai non-subsistence area. If this proposal was adopted, it would extend the general moose hunting season 14 days in Unit 14A and B and 19 days in Unit 13, but would not change the season in 14C unless you guys changed it in 14C. As I pointed out, 14Cs in South Central Region 2 and is not on the call for this Board of Game cycle. These would then be the only units on the mainland road system open to general moose harvest during this period. So moose harvest in Unit 13 has remained relatively steady with an end date of September 20th. Hunter success in 2021 increased despite low hunter numbers. Success in Unit 14 has also remained stable as reports for both areas are still coming in. And right now, we're 200, year 2021, this past year, we're currently at, in Unit 13, 564 harvested with 2,618 hunters reporting. And in Unit 14A and B, we get 285 harvested with 1,852 hunters reporting. The department hasn't identified any ungulate population whose natural history has been affected by a shift in climate. Climate is defined as a long-term weather pattern in a particular area, often defined by periods greater than 30 years or more. While moose rutting behavior can be influenced to some degree by annual variation in weather, the hormonal control of the rut in moose is influenced by the pineal gland, which responds to changes in photoperiod. Moose will enter the rut at roughly the same time each year, regardless of the variation in seasonal weather patterns. Again, Proposal 1 seeks to shift the moose hunting season in Units 13 and 14 to October 9th. This is a public proposal. The department is opposed to this proposal because the later season would increase the vulnerability of moose by extending the season into the rut, which would lead to a higher harvest of bull moose and reduce bull to cow ratios below objectives, potentially creating a biological concern. Hunting and harvest of moose during this time may disrupt the rut and reduce productivity and ultimately the harvestable surplus in these large GNUs. Because these would be the only areas on the mainland road system open to general season moose harvest during this period, the areas mentioned would likely receive an enormous amount of hunting pressure commensurate with a commensurate increase in harvest. While the department could use EO authority to close the season as necessary, the rate of harvest is difficult to predict, and there is high potential for overharvest. Moose harvest during the rut is more likely to increase in wanton waste because bull hides are often saturated in mud and urine during the rut, which is often difficult to keep off the meat while field dressing. I will be available for any questions. Thank you.
Board discussion on this proposal. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't intend to support this proposal. I think, especially with Unit 13, with all the testimony we've already received, I just don't think it could sustain the additional harvest. And plus putting it all the way through the rut there and the potential of harvesting a bull with inedible meat just wouldn't be worth the cost.
Al?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting this proposal either. I believe we're meeting our ANS. I think there's a relatively high to moderate harvest success rate, so I think we're doing pretty good in that area right now. Thank you.
Any additional, go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in agreement with Al and Lynn on this. I believe, having this be the only hunt open on the road system that late, it will have a tremendous amount of pressure in that country. I'm not going to be supporting this.
James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I'm in agreement with Jake, Al, and Lynn. I'm not a fan of disrupting the rut. I think that's our one opportunity to increase reproduction, and so disruption of that by hunters going into the rut or hunting them during the rut could have a negative impact on the resource. Thanks.
Any additional comments from board members?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Before we vote, Jake, could you give the cost statement?
Sure. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Final action on proposal number 1. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Mr. Huntington?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Mr. Burnett?
No.
And Mr. Huffman?
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 2, establish registration archery seasons for Dall sheep in units 19B, Bravo, 11, 13. Okay, pardon me, everybody, we're skipping to proposal 4. And, Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 4, establish a registration hunt by bow and arrow only for Dall sheep within units 9, 11, 13A Alpha, 13B Bravo, remainder, 13C Charlie remainder, 13D Delta remainder, 14A Alpha remainder, 14B Bravo, and 16.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Proposal 4 is submitted by the public, seeks to create a 20-day archery-only registration hunt for Dall sheep in units 9, 11, 13A, 13B remainder, 13C remainder, 14A remainder, 14B, and 16, with the season dates of September 21st through October 10th. The bag limit is 1 full curl ram or larger for archery resident, and 1 full curl ram or larger every 4 regular years for archery certified non-residents. The department is neutral on the allocation of sheep hunting opportunity between archers and hunters. The Central Southwest region has both full curl and any ram hunting opportunities. The full curl bag limit provides maximum participation in sheep hunts and has not been linked to any negative effects on sheep population or lamb production. Some sheep hunts have season dates and bag limits that provide a reasonable opportunity for success in harvesting a sheep for subsistence uses. All of these hunts that we're talking about are by harvest ticket or drawing permit. Full curl and any ram draws in Unit 13, a resident may harvest 1 full curl sheep, and non-residents may harvest 1 ram every 4 regulatory years through drawing permits with 2 different season dates of August 10th through August 25th and August 26th through September 20th, depending on the hunt area. In Unit 14A Chugach, resident hunters may harvest 1 ram by drawing permit August 10th through September 20th. Non-resident hunters may harvest 1 ram every 4 regulatory years by drawing permit from August 10th through September 20th. Non-residents do require a guide or a resident relative aged 19 years or older within the 2nd degree of kindred. And there is a youth hunt where the bag limit does count against the accompanying resident adult. Hunter education is required for the participating youth. In Unit 11, there is an A&S of 60 to 75 sheep. So the proposed regulation would create this 20-day archery-only registration hunt for the same areas as the general season opportunities currently exist in 9, 11, 13A, 13B, C, and 14A remainders, 14B, and 16. The season, however, would be outside the sheep hunting aircraft restriction. So although a person would still have to be 300 feet, wouldn't be able to hunt the same day that they have flown. They would have to wait till 3 a.m. the next morning, but they would be able to use the aircraft in a way that's not currently allowed under regulation during the general season. As I mentioned, the Central Southwest has both full curl opportunities and any ram hunting. Some sheep hunts have season dates and bag limits that do provide for that reasonable opportunity for success in harvesting a sheep for subsistence uses. The harvest has increased slightly. The harvest has increased slightly in 2021 due to reporting. Outside of the youth season, over half of the annual sheep harvest occurs in the first 10 days of the season, with most occurring actually in the first 5 days of the season. Again, Proposal 4 seeks to establish a registration archery-only hunt for Dall sheep. The department is neutral on the allocation of sheep hunting opportunity between archers and hunters who use other methods of taking sheep. We have no biological concerns are addressed or created by this proposal because the requirement to harvest full curl rams should prevent overharvest from affecting sustainability of sheep populations. If adopted, the record should show that the board has determined that the new regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for success in customary and traditional uses of Dall sheep in Unit 11, where there is a positive customary and traditional use determination. Thank you.
Board discussion. Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question to the department. What would be the season dates on this again?
Through the chair, Member Hoffman, the season dates would be September 21st through October 10th.
Thank you.
Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Todd, so you said the majority of the, I don't know if you said the majority of the harvest is the first 10 days. Do you have any breakdown of how much participation is from September 1 to September 20 sheep hunting?
Through the chair, Member Keough, I don't have the breakdown of our participation, but I've summarized that hunter effort. Yeah, in the first 10 days, the majority is taken, and the majority of that is taken in the first 5 days. So I don't have a broken down to individual effort across all the units.
So this, go ahead, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Todd, any issue you see if you were to extend the season with the rut for the, I guess I'd call it the rut for the sheep?
Through the chair, there wouldn't be a concern at that time.
Thank you.
Jake.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any idea how many rams were taken in that? And I know we're talking about different areas, but like that 14C archery only hunt that used to run after the season, how many rams were taken during that hunt?
Yeah, through the chair, I can't speak to that. I'm not familiar with the 14C area hunts because it's outside my region. I don't know if maybe Gino, who used to be me in Region 2, might have that answer, but I don't know the answer for 14C. Apologize.
Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. To the department again. On these late season hunts, would you guys think there could be a problem with deep snow pushing the rams down low enough to where they won't react to hunters like they normally would?
Yes, thank you for the question. Through the chair, Member Hoffman. Yes, that is a possibility. And we were talking earlier today about the goat hunting opportunities that are available in October and specifically in the Chugach, and how those opportunities are often limited by tremendous snowstorms that pin people down onto airstrips and such. So, the deep snow could move the sheep around at that time of year if there were early snows and affect their into an atypical behavior for that hunting time of year.
Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not really inclined to support this proposal. We've got a 40-day sheep season. We've had testimony that for the most part, when you hit September, there's nobody in the sheep hills. So it sounds like there's still plenty of opportunity to hunt sheep with a bow and not have other competition with you. And anecdotally, I've kind of seen the same thing. I mean, once September 1 hits, people hit different gears and they're hunting moose and caribou and everything else. So the opportunity is still there for bow hunters to go sheep hunting in the hills there and not have a lot of competition. I'm not sure we really need an additional season to accomplish that.
Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo Member Keough's comments and add a few more. You know, Alaska's a large state, and we've come across these proposals before, and I think we got plenty of space for a bow hunter can find his area and be alone if he works at it. So I don't think that's too big of a problem if he puts in the effort. And these late season hunts like this, I could see, they've been hunted already. The pressure's been on them for, from the 20th, from August 20th to then, and they're already exhausted. Then you add the deep snow and all these other factors, and I don't, the sheep are kind of exhausted by now, and I think they need to be they need a break by now. Also, this aircraft thing is concerning to me that, you know, that rule is not in effect, so I won't be supporting this proposal.
Lynn? Yes, Orville. You're on mute, Orville, I think.
That didn't help anything. Yeah, I tried to raise my hand on proposal 1, too, because I wanted to establish more of a record. But this one you did a good job on, at least. And I wanted to add that as far as ACs, we had a couple ACs, Anchorage and Matt Valley, that supported with the amendments, and Copper and Fairbanks and I can't make out this last one, but 3 of them opposed it. Upper Tanana, 40 Mile. I just want to get that on the record, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be in opposition to this.
Okay, for the committee, there's 3 other archery proposals here, and so I wanted to bring this one up first, and because it's area-wide and has all the issues of the others, except they're for different season dates, slightly different locations. But is there any interest from the board to discuss a different season date, for example? Would it change your mind on this? That's my question. Al?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I don't see a season date change would affect me in any other 2 proposals that were submitted. You know, for the record, I think there's ample opportunity to archery hunt with little to no pressure from firearm people. And so, yes, I'll be opposed to this, and I think we can TNA the other 2 proposals if that's your.
That's my question, yeah. Okay, so any further discussion? If not, can someone call the question?
Call the question.
And Jake?
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, could you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 4. Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Keo.
No.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
And Mr. Cooney.
No.
Proposal fails 0 to 7.
2, 4, 2, 3, and 5. What's that?
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 2, 3, and 5. And would you like me to read them out? Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on Proposal 2, establish registration archery seasons for Dall sheep in units 9B Bravo, 11, 13, 14A Alpha, 14B Bravo, and 16. That's Proposal 2. Proposal 3 is open and archery only season hunt for Dall sheep in units 13, 14A, 14B Bravo, and 16. And Proposal 5, establish 3 archery registration hunts for Dall sheep in units 9, 11, 13, 14, and 16, where there are general season hunts.
Second.
Based on the previous action, and with unanimous consent, we'll take no action on those 3.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
yeah. Would it be possible to get an opinion from the legal department, Department of Public Safety on these proposals?
I believe they're both online at this time.
I think if you'd have to ask them.
Cheryl?
Mr. Chairman, the Department of Law has no concern on taking no action on those proposals.
And Derek, Captain?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we have no problem with no action on this. I actually did have a concern if it was passed under the optional addition section of Prop 2, where it would restrict the hunter in one unit, where they could take advantage of the actual archery season, and restricting that would cause some enforcement concerns, but that's all I have, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 197, reauthorize the brown bear tag fee exemptions for the Central Southwest region.
Second.
Discussion. Department, right.
Thank you. Proposal 197 seeks to reauthorize the brown bear tag fee exemptions for the Central Southwest Region 4. This is which would include units 9, 11, 13, 16, and 17. This is a department proposal which we support. There's a positive customary and traditional use finding for bears in Unit 9B with an amount reasonably necessary for subsistence of 10 to 20 bears, and a positive C&T use finding in 9E with an ANS of 10 to 15 bears. The remainder of Unit 9 has a negative customary and traditional use finding. Unit 10 has a negative customary and traditional use finding. Units 11 and 13 also have a negative finding. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding for brown bears in those portions of Units 17A and 17B that drain into the Nyacook and the Tikchik Lakes. The ANS is 5 bears. And in 17B and 17C, the ANS is 10 to 15 bears. These hunts in Unit 9 and 10, they're essentially opportunistic hunts. The hunt area is within a 2.5-mile radius of communities. It helps with public safety type issues and near community type bear issues. In Units 13 and 16, excluding Denali State Park, again, it's just an opportunistic type situation, and same in Units 11 and 17. The subsistence opportunity exists in 9B and 17, as well as Unit 9E, and that specific portion draining into the Pacific. Unit 9 is a registration. Unit 17 is a combination of registration and harvest tickets. And the Unit 9 hunt that does address public safety concerns is registration bear hunt 225. Again, Proposal 197 reauthorizes the brown bear tag fee exemption for the Central Southwest region. The department does support this proposal because it encourages greater sustainable harvest opportunities in Units 10, 11, 13, 16, and 17, as well as providing subsistence harvest opportunities in portions of 9 and 17. It is my impression that all ACs were in support of this proposal, with possibly the exception of Mount Yenlo, who took a vote last year, and I don't have the specifics on that, but I can take any questions. Thank you.
Discussion. Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I have a note here that says you want to have this deferred to the statewide.
No.
Oh, I had it mixed up. Different one. I'm sorry. I just wanted that, but no, I would be in support of this. I didn't see any AC opposition or any opposition for the public.
Stosh?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Department. That was pretty clear. I support your stand on this as well, and I support Al's statement. This is basically housekeeping and no ACs, all ACs supported it that we can tell, and so I'll be in support of this as well.
Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, overwhelming AC support. I'm going to support this as well.
Okay, it is, Orville.
Oh, yeah. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Got to have my hand raised. I was just going to say, I agree with the department's comments. Really, one of the easier proposal is to understand, and everybody who supports it now be in support of it as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. At this point, there's no other discussion. I think we can call the question.
Call the question.
Jake?
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, the question has been called. Could you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In just a second. Final action on proposal 197. Mr. Keough.
Yes.
Mr. Huntington.
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
And Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
The proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 198, eliminate bear baiting or prohibit bait stations within 50 miles of cabins.
Second.
Moved and seconded. The department comment.
Thank you, Chairman Burnett. Proposal 198 seeks to eliminate bear baiting or prohibit bear bait stations within 50 miles from the nearest cabin in Region 4. It was submitted by a member of the public, and as I just stated, it seeks to eliminate bear baiting. Bear bait stations within 50 miles from the nearest cabins in Units 9, 10, 11, 13, 14A, 14B, and 16. And those are the units where we currently have bear baiting. The department is neutral on this proposal because of the methods, means, nature of this proposal. So we've got 2 seasons. Most of bear baiting occurs in the spring in Region 4. The spring season date is April 15th through June 30th, except in Unit 17 where it's April 15th through May 31st. The fall baiting season in Unit 16 is July 1st until through October 15th. Black bear sealing is a requirement in Units 14A, 16, and 17, and it is a requirement for all brown bears harvested in the state. Both bear species can be taken over bait in Units 11, 13, 14A, and B, and 16. Both species can be taken same day flown, provided that you are 300 feet from the airplane in Units 9, 11, 13, 14A and B, 16, and 17. And there are salvage requirements for the skull, hide, and meat dictated by the season and specific area. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding for black bear in Units 11, 13, and 16B, and positive for brown bear in Units 9 and 17. So current regulations, bait stations cannot be established within 1 mile of a house, school, business, developed recreation facility, campground, or permanent dwelling. The definition for cabin is addressed in the definition of permanent dwelling, which includes seasonally occupied cabins, including your own. In addition, bait stations cannot be established within 1/4 mile of a publicly maintained road, trail, or the Alaska Railroad. The department does not currently maintain a list of dwellings, including cabins, in Alaska. It's the hunter's responsibility to be able to comply with this requirement, and an extensive search by hunters within 50 miles of their hunt site would be nearly impossible. Unit 13, registered guides can operate up to 10 bait stations at a time in each guide area that they are registered to operate in. Okay, so the number of registered bait stations in the central southwest region has decreased in recent years despite an increase in some opportunity created by the board in 2018, my apologies. This decline in the number of registered bait stations in 2020 is probably and possibly pandemic related, but overall, the number of registered bait stations in Region 4 averages 1,158 annually. That being said, the take for both species during these recent years has still been average to above average. The harvest of black and brown bears at bait stations, although has been somewhat variable, as I just mentioned, it is pretty much unchanged, averaging 217 black bears and 81 brown bears. Annually, 63% of black bears and 15% of brown bears in Region 4 are taken over bait. And it appears that my table is not displaying the brown bear percentages on the far left right-hand column. They do range from 9% in 2017, which was the low, to a high of 24% in 2016. I apologize for that. So the essential effects of this proposal, and I'm going to speak to it in terms of the loss of bear baiting within 50 miles of a cabin, because it would essentially have the same effect of eliminating bear baiting from developed and roaded areas. It would have a significant impact on the ability of hunters to bait bears in the central southwest region. And since it would be prohibited in such a good portion of the region, it would lead to a reduction in both the harvest of black and brown bears. So again, Proposal 198 seeks to eliminate bear baiting or prohibit bear bait stations within 50 miles from the nearest cabin in the central southwest region. The department is neutral on this proposal because the methods and means nature of this proposal. However, we are opposed to a decrease in the harvest opportunity because there's no current concern with the current level of harvest, and adoption of this proposal would likely result in a decrease in the bear harvest. I don't believe that any ACs voted in favor of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion. Al?
AWT has a comment on this proposal,
Yes?
and so I don't know if they want to speak on it, but I agree with them. It says by implementing a 50-mile distance, the burden to hunters and AWT to figure out cabin location in such a large footprint would be high. The number of reported violations would be expected to skyrocket, causing a heavy workload for our troopers, possibly taking them away from other critical resources and protection cases. So virtually, I don't want to see bear baiting eliminated, which this potentially does, and I don't want to see the decrease of opportunity or success in harvest.
Derek, would you like to, or Captain, would you like to speak more to that?
Mr. Chairman, I think Al did a great job of summarizing our position. I don't really have anything else to add.
Okay, thank you. Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with AWT and the comments that Al made as well, but for myself and many people I know, if I were to bear bait, it would be near my fish camp or my cabin. And I would only be doing that, me personally and some people I know, to eliminate a particular bear. And if I had to go 50 miles away to bear bait, try to get this bear, I wouldn't get the same bear. So that's another reason I wouldn't be supporting this as well.
Orville?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for Cheryl is, if this for some reason would have passed, would the department have to maintain a list of dwellings?
I think Ryan might be the one to answer that question. Go ahead.
Through the chair, Member Huntington, I think that would be the intent. Frankly, we couldn't do it. And the cost statement for the A&R would be, way off the mark. In addition to that, I suspect there's a lot of people who don't want us to list their homes and recreation areas on a map.
Thank you, Ryan. Any additional comments? Go ahead, Orville.
Oh, no, I was just going to follow up and say I'm also in opposition of the proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I would comment that I'm in opposition to this proposal. As a practical matter, I'm not sure that even in non-roaded portions of the state, there's places where there's no cabins or residences 50 miles apart, within 50 miles of a place. There's very few places even in the wilderness where you're 50 miles away from things. So it makes little sense if you're going to still allow bear baiting. And
Call the question.
question's been called. I think go ahead.
Yeah, the board has heard no concerns from public regarding the cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, you can pull the board.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 198. Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Chairman Burnett,
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
No.
Mr. Cooney,
No.
Mr. Barrett,
No.
and Mr. Keo.
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 7, increase bag limit for black bear in units 13D, Delta, and 16.
Second.
Been moved and seconded with the department.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Burnett. Proposal 7 seeks to increase the bag limit for black bear to 5 per regulatory year in units 13D and 16. It was submitted by a member of the public and would apply to both resident and non-resident hunters. Department is neutral on this proposal because it has not identified a biological concern for bears in units 13D or 16. Resident and non-resident hunters in units 13D and 16 are currently allowed 3 bears per regulatory year under general season harvest ticket, with no closed season in unit 13D and no closed season in 16 remainder, with season dates of September 15th through May 31st in a portion of 16B. The harvest of cubs and females accompanied by cubs is prohibited. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding for black bears in units 11 and 13 with an amount necessary for subsistence of 20 to 50 bears. There's also positive C&T finding for black bears in Unit 16B with an A&S of 15 to 40 bears. Unit 16A is entirely within the Anchorage-Matsu Kenai non-subsistence area. Black bears are numerous in portions of Unit 13 with suitable forest habitat. Harvest data has been available since 1973 when the sealing of black bears became mandatory. Black bear harvests have increased from an average of 67 per year in the 70s to 93 in the 1990s. However, during the 2000s, the average yearly black bear harvest in Unit 13 increased to 132. And in the last decade, regulatory years 2011 to 2020, the yearly harvest averages about 143 animals per year. So there's been a pretty consistent increase in harvest since the 70s. As this table demonstrates, the percentage of hunters harvesting more than one black bear ranges from 6 to 15% over the last decade. The percentage of hunters harvesting their full limit of 3 bears is very low in Unit 13. It's less than 5%. A black bear population estimate was conducted in 1985, was derived in 1985 along a portion of the Upper Susitna River in conjunction with the Susitna Hydroelectric Project. Results indicated a density estimate of 90 black bears per 1,000 square kilometers. However, the study area was considered only marginal black bear habitat and not really indicative of the bear densities found in more favorable habitats, forested habitats in Unit 13. Field observations and harvest data indicate that black bears are abundant in large portions of units 13D and 13E, and to a lesser extent in subunit 13C. A population estimate for Unit 13 has not been attempted because the density estimates for bears in more favorable or typical forest habitat in the unit are not available. Black bear densities in the favorable habitats within 13 are thought to be like or similar densities to other portions of where the habitat is similar in south central Alaska. Traditional indicators that the department has used to evaluate trends such as skull size and percent composition of females are being relied on to a lesser extent in recent years due to their limitations. However, the harvest data does suggest there is no biological concern for black bears in Unit 13. And anecdotally, though, however, some hunters have expressed difficulty in finding black bears in recent years, as we've heard from some folks here today. In Unit 16, the number of individuals who harvest multiple black bears in a regulatory year is typically low and outside the years of predation control, which were 2000 to 2006, which is not on this graph, and averaged 16.5 hunters for 2 bears and 2.6 hunters for 3 bears in recent years. The number of hunters who harvest more than 3 bears in a regulatory year averaged 4.25 during the 8 years when it was allowed under control. The maximum number of hunters who harvested more than 3 bears in a regulatory year was 15 in 2010, which was when control was still underway, but interest declined and later in the program, and returned back towards normal harvest opportunities. In 2007, a line transect survey for bears in Unit 16B produced a black bear population estimate of 3,500 bears, plus or minus 300. That same year, an intensive management program for moose targeting the predation by black bears was initiated. Black bear harvests increased initially, as I mentioned earlier, under the program, but have since returned to their pre-control levels. Modeling by the department showed that predator control programs had little effect on the black bear population in Unit 16, and it was subsequently suspended in November of 2016. As a component of the predation control program in Unit 16, permittees could harvest an unlimited number of black bears. At the time, hunters interested in participating in the program were required to obtain a predation control permit, and under that program, same-day airborne hunting was allowed as long as the permittee or permittees were 300 feet from the airplanes. Permittees could also take any bear, including cubs with sows. Again, Proposal 7 seeks to increase the bag limit for black bear from 5 per regulatory year in Units 13D and 16. The department is neutral on this proposal because it has not identified any biological concern for bears in either unit. Adoption of this proposal is not expected to increase the harvest of bears to any significant level. Very few hunters harvest more than 1 black bear annually, even with a bag limit of 3 bears per year. Although this change could draw additional black bear hunters into Units 13D and 16 and have some effect on the overall harvest. If the increased bag limit is limited to 13D, then no biological concern is likely to arise for Unit 13. But anecdotally, black bears have been difficult for some hunters to find outside of baiting season in some recent years. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion. Al?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can support this. We're meeting our ANS. I think having the additional opportunity will, slightly be used. I don't think many people actually go after, as the charts indicate, that very few people ever go get their 3rd or 4th bear. So providing that opportunity with no biological concern, I think is a good move. Thank you.
Jake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to support this as well, too. With such a small percentage of hunters taking more, taking 3 bears, I think that we should allow this extra opportunity.
Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of wishing we had a little bit more than a 40-year-old population estimate for 13, but based on the graphs for the multiple bag limits and, the amount of people interested in taking more than 2 bears, 2 or 3 bears, it drops off proportionally. So, and I guess I'll be in support of this proposal as well.
I have a question for the department. What is the salvage requirement for bears in this area, for black bears?
Just one moment. So, through the chair, in Units 16, from January 1st to May 31st, the meat, hide, or skull, and then from June 1st to December 31st, sex and meat or sex and hide, but the evidence of sex must remain naturally attached to the salvaged meat or hide. For Units 13D, from January 1st to May 31st, only the meat needs to be salvaged. And from June 1st to December 31st, only the meat or hide needs to be salvaged, but the evidence of sex needs to remain attached.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion, Orville?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly don't have any problem with the proposal. It just seems unnecessary. I probably won't support it, but I don't have a problem if it passes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Orville. Any additional comments? Al?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just make one last comment. It seems that the harvest of sows is well within, sustainable. It doesn't seem to be very high at all, so, was another reason I forgot to put on record.
Okay.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Jake?
Yeah, the board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, could you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 7. Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
Yes.
And Mr. Huntington?
No.
Proposal carries by a vote of 5 yeas to 2 nays. Proposal 7 carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 8, shorten coyote trapping seasons in Units 9, 13, 14B, Bravo, 16, and 17.
Second it.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead. Department.
Thank you. Proposal 8 seeks to shorten the coyote trapping seasons in Units 9, 13, 14B, 16, and 17. This is a public proposal, and as we heard from the proposal on the record earlier in this meeting, this proposal was intended more specifically for the road system and developed areas as opposed to rural areas. The department is neutral on this proposal. Currently, there's no closed season under hunting regulations in Region 4, and there's no bag limit for coyote under trapping regulations in Region 4. Trapping seasons in the proposed units are as follows: October 1st through April 30th in Unit 9, October 15th through April 30th in Units 13 and 16, November 10th through April 30th in 14B and 17. No steel traps or snares greater than or equal to 3/32 in diameters are legal for coyote. And except for units 14B and 16A, which are in the Anchorage Matsu Kenai non-subsistence area, there is a positive CNT finding for coyotes in the other units with an ANS of 90% of the harvestable population. Also, I want to note that SDA take is legal if the coyote is either caught in a trap or a snare, if you are more than 300 feet from the airplane. The proposed dates for Unit 9 would then be November 10th through March 31st. It would be shortened by 70 days. In Units 13 and 16, it would be shortened by 50 days to November 10th through March 31st. And it would be shortened by 30 days in Units 14B and 17. However, this would align the trapping seasons with other units within Region 4, such as Unit 11, thereby seemingly simplifying the trapping regulations. So one of the things that I became aware of when I was looking at this proposal is we rarely talk about coyotes at the Board of Game, and I didn't know much about coyotes specifically in Alaska, so I did pull up some information. And so coyotes were first noted in Alaska shortly after the turn of the 20th century on the mainland of southeast Alaska. Then they slowly expanded northward into the upper Tanana Valley, from which they seemingly radiated in all directions. Population peak occurred around 1940, and since that time, numbers have declined in most areas. Portions of the state with the highest densities of coyotes are the Kenai, the Matsu Valley, and the Copper River Valley. Coyotes are opportunistic feeders, and they feed hunters, feeding mostly on snowshoe hares, microteens, which are such as mice and voles, carrion, and other small fish, mammals, and insects. Coyotes form a strong pair bond with typical social structure of a mated pair and offspring. Most offspring disperse in the first year. In Alaska, coyotes are found mostly as mated pairs within established territory. Lone coyotes are not unusual, but are generally transients without established territories. Packs of coyotes are rare in Alaska, but territories have been documented as large as 40 square kilometers. The natural history and reproductive cycle of coyotes is similar to wolves. They share the same periods of denning, February to March, and pupping, April to May. One unique difference is that it's not uncommon for coyotes to actually pick up and move their pups to a new den site during the spring, which then make denning coyotes susceptible to harvest in April and May. The sealing of coyote fur is not required in Region 4, therefore we have very little information, and what information we do have has been acquired through the Trapper Questionnaire and one-on-one discussions with local hunters and trappers. No information on the harvest chronology or harvest rates of coyotes are available. Again, Proposal 8 is a public proposal that seeks to shorten the coyote trapping seasons in Units 9, 13, 14B, 16, and 17. The department is neutral on this proposal. However, the department often receives requests by the public to align trapping seasons to simplify regulations, limit bycatch. We support these requests when biologically appropriate. Harvest rate for coyotes are not expected to be impacted by this change. Although there is no conservation concern for coyotes across the region, this proposal is expected to reduce bycatch to some degree and animals left to waste in areas where breakup prevents trap retrieval. This change would also reduce the potential for user conflict that arises between trappers and other user groups using trails in some areas during early and late coyote trapping seasons, such as bird or small game hunters with dogs, hikers, skiers, etc. Hunting season for coyotes would remain open during this time. The board should consider whether adoption of this proposal continues to provide a normally diligent person a reasonable opportunity for success in harvesting coyote for subsistence uses under this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this proposal here is kind of a prime example of unintended consequences. So when the board originally passed this proposal, I don't even remember what year, anyways, I was full support of it. Unfortunately, not thinking big picture. So it's next to impossible to hang a snare, a 3/32 snare for a coyote. That's also, in early season especially, bait is typically used to pull the predators in. You hang a snare for a coyote. But unfortunately, it's going to also harvest every lynx, fox, and wolverine that comes in on that bait. Lynx that time of year are virtually worthless. They're flat. The color's not there. Not prime whatsoever. And unfortunately, there's been a few, we'll just use the term unethical, trappers that have used that October 15th coyote season to open season on everything, primarily road system. And there's been a few citations issued in regards to that, but unfortunately, protection has a difficult time, especially if there's lack of snow on the ground, knowing that anybody's even in these different locations. So I intend to support this as a housekeeping, cleaning things up, standardizing the trapping regs and not having the waste that's potentially going on right now.
James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and I'm in favor of supporting this as well for the same reasons that Mr. Keough explained. One, aligning the trapping seasons is a positive thing. I think it makes things more clear and easier for the users. And then also, I think the main reason is just the bycatch, that there's just no way of being able to stop other animals that aren't in season from getting into that trap. I mean, the author of the proposal admitted that when he was giving his public testimony, and for that reason, I'll be supporting it.
Stash?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Member Kehoe. In the beginning, we voted on this because coyotes are moving in fast, and they're fairly new to the state. And our intent originally was to get a handle on them because they're moving in and they're decimating our red fox populations, ptarmigan, snowshoe hares, and now even Alaska hares. So that was our intent. But I agree that it's open now. There's no closed season for hunting them, I'm going to have to support this because I don't think we gave that a lot of thought about the unintended consequences like Member Kehoe stated earlier. So I'm going to be in support of this proposal.
Yeah, I have a question for Captain DeGraff. If we adopted this, would it make your guys' jobs easier?
Yeah, I think anytime, as others had said, where we bring these into alignment with the seasons around them, it helps because then we're not having to focus on some of the potential violations there. I did a little bit of research. I think I provided that to the board. Looks like in the last couple of years, we had about 13 citations for this in those areas of cases that we found and we're able to cite folks. But yeah, we would definitely support this change. Thank you.
So I would like to comment that in terms of ANS, the season will remain open for coyotes throughout the year. And so there will be opportunity to harvest. There's a fairly long trapping season already, and this should not have a major effect on people's ability to harvest coyotes. It's just will reduce bycatch and align the seasons. And I intend to support it.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Jake.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding the cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you, Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal number 8. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Keough?
Yes.
Mr. Huntington?
Yes.
And Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
And Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Proposal carries 8-0. I mean 7-0.
Mr. Chair,
I looked at 8.
I move to adopt Proposal 9, extend the wolf trapping seasons in Units 13 and 16.
Second.
Go ahead with department.
Thank you. Proposal 9 seeks to extend the wolf trapping seasons in units 13 and 16. This is a public proposal. And the season extensions in units 13 and 16 would be extended by 31 days from April 30th to May 31st. The department is neutral on this with regards to using trapping as a method of taking wolves in unit 13 and 16. This proposal would extend the wolf trapping season, as I just stated, and I'll just repeat myself for the sake of repeating myself, in units 13 and 16 by 31 days from April 30th to May 31st. Currently, the season ends on April 30th. Wolves may be shot using firearms under a trapping license, and they must be sealed within 30 days after the close of season, and they can be shot if caught in a trap or snare the same day that you have flown. No steel traps or snares equal to or smaller than 3/32 in diameter for wolves. And there is a positive C&T with an ANS of 8 to 24 animals in Unit 13 and 0 to 5 animals in Unit 16. The proposed season, as I've stated 3 times now, would extend to May 31st. There would be no bag limit. Units 13 and 16 have a very long history of wolf management. Prior to regulatory 1988, same-day land and shoot, also known as SDA, was allowed under general trapping regulations and was a common method for taking wolves in Unit 13. Land and shoot has been specifically differentiated from the ground shooting and the sealing process only since 1986. Therefore, the specific impacts of land and shoot method were not monitored prior to 1986. When land and shoot was discontinued in 1988, Unit 13 wolf population increased despite consistent harvest pressure. The moose population soon began to decline due to harsh winters with deep snow between 88 and 94, and wolf predation increased. In January 2000, a wolf control plan was initiated under intensive management to benefit the moose population. Through land and shoot harvest, take was not allowed until January 2004, when the current management objectives were instituted. Aerial shooting of wolves was allowed under wolf control permit conditions starting in 2006. Unit 13 wolf population has since declined and has been maintained at or near objective levels since the spring of 2006. Wolves in Unit 13 are currently managed to reduce predation on ungulate populations by maximizing public wolf harvest when wolf numbers are within or above the population objective. Wolves are recognized as an integral part of the ecosystem throughout Unit 13 and are managed to ensure that human harvest does not eliminate the species from the management area. In 2003, a wolf control program was initiated in Unit 16B in response to a declining moose population and a high wolf population. Initially, the implementation of the plan included the use of snow machines to take wolves. However, land and shoot control began in December 2004 and was amended in 2005 to include a same-day aerial shooting by permittees. In 2006, the SDA program boundaries were expanded to also include a portion of Unit 16A. Harvest in subsequent years from hunters, trappers, and same-day airborne teams reduced the populations to levels near the intensive management objective for wolves and was subsequently suspended in 2016. Harvest rates for wolves are not expected to be impacted by this change, and there's no conservation concern for wolves in either Units 13 or 16. Extending the season into May will move further into the wolf denning period and den emergence. Pelt quality typically remains okay in April, but it does deteriorate quickly as spring progresses. An increase in bycatch of non-target species, including den-emerging brown and black bears, is expected, as will the number of animals left to waste in areas where breakup prevents trap retrieval. In more developed areas, the potential for user conflicts that arise between trappers and other user groups during a late wolf trapping season, such as bear baiters or bird, small game hunters with dogs, hikers, skiers, etc., will likely increase. Again, Proposal 9 seeks to extend the wolf trapping seasons in Units 13 and 16. This is a public proposal, and the department is neutral with regards to using trapping as a method of taking wolves in Units 13 and 16. Extending the wolf trapping season further into breakup has the potential to prevent trappers from retrieving traps, which may result in leaving animals to waste. During denning and pupping season, it is also expected that there will be an increase in bycatch of non-target species, particularly after a bear den emergence has taken place. And as I stated before, in more developed areas, this change would likely increase potential user conflict issues. The department supports an increase in harvest opportunity when additional take does not present a biological concern, and recommends the board consider continuing to provide or extend late season and summer hunting seasons for wolves if the public wants an increase in the opportunity to take wolves in Unit 13 and 16.
Thank you. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't intend to support this proposal for most of the reasons the department just stated, especially when you get into May, you got bears out. I mean, you hang a wolf snare is just about the perfect height to still catch a bear. The other obstacles that come into the springtime season is once you hit April, getting to the backcountry, getting back to the sets can be quite entertaining sometimes. And then the other part of it is if you do happen to hang a wolf in, because it's a snare-only season from April, would be April and May there, a wolf laying in the sunshine, especially if it's a darker colored wolf, is going to be absolutely worthless by the time you get there. So for those reasons and some others, I can't support this proposal.
Additional board comments? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also won't be supporting it for the reasons Mr. Keel also stated. And I am not a big fan of trying to capture wolves during denning season. I think they need a break. All the pelt issues and everything else, but I think, the socialized animals, we should be able to have all the opportunity till it's denning season and then let them take a break and let them have a rest and raise their pups.
Thank you. Any additional comments? No? Go ahead, Jake.
I don't think I'm gonna support this as well, just for the bycatch and the fact that, the department stated and Lynn and everything, bears are gonna get up and start wandering around, and I'm not gonna support this.
Thank you. No additional comments, so.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Jake?
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie?
Final action on proposal number 9. Mr. Cooney,
No.
Mr. Barrett,
No.
Mr. Keo,
No.
Mr. Huntington,
No.
Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Chairman Burnett,
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
At this time, we're going to take a short break, maybe 10 minutes or so, and then come back and finish the region-wide and multiple unit. Thank you. I'll call the meeting back to order. It's 4:18 PM. Stosh.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 199. Prohibit trapping within 50 yards of a multi-use trails and trailheads in units 13, 14, and 16.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded.
Thank you. Proposal 199 is a public proposal which seeks to prohibit trapping in the Matanuska-Susitna Borough on state, borough, municipal, and private land within 50 yards of approximately 186 trails and trailheads. It was submitted by the public. The department is neutral regarding this proposal because it's primarily allocative. So, as I mentioned, the proposed regulation is to close trapping within a number of trails. Approximately 186 is what the department counted in the proposal, and GMUs 13, 14, and 16. There are area-specific state and municipal trapping restrictions throughout Alaska, and specifically on state-managed areas such as, and those can be found under 5 AEC 92-550. In the absence of regulations, the Alaska Trapping Regulation Booklet encourages trappers to act responsibly as a trapper and a conservationist by trapping in ways to minimize conflict between trapping and other users, for example, avoiding high recreational use areas, as well as avoid situations where you might catch a domestic dog or a cat, such as near homes or trails, which are frequently used by hikers, skieurs, dog mushers, and other people. In 2017, the Matanuska-Susitna Borough Assembly prohibited the placement of traps in certain locations on lands they managed to address conflicts between users on their lands. This resulted in closing 6 trails to trapping. At least 2 of these trails are included in this proposal. I determined that Crevasse Moraine and Lazy Mountain were also in this proposal, and I wasn't able to determine any other ones. I'm guessing that's because those are, portions of those are on state land. So the Matanuska Borough, which we are all in currently, stretches from the Alaska Range on the west side of the Susitna River drainage all the way east to the Nelchina Basin. It's a total of about 25,000 square miles. The population, as you know, has been increasing steadily. It's the fastest growing area in the state, and it's estimated to be at 105,000 when it was only 90,000 about less than 10 years ago. The location of these state, borough, municipal, and private land trails are depicted here within the 13 trail management areas defined by the Matanuska-Susitna Borough. According to the MSB, the Matanuska Borough, inclusion of a trail in the MSB trail catalog does not imply that a trail is legal or that it's not in trespass, but only that a trail exists on the landscape. They also document whether or not that trail intersects or has any role in borough trails and land. Many trails that trappers have historically used in the Matanuska Borough were originally established by trappers and over time have diversified as development and the human population has expanded. Many of these same areas have regulations under different authorities to restrain pets to minimize user conflicts and for safety. The department does not maintain a record of dogs caught in traps, and reporting has been sporadic. Some reports in units 14A and B indicate that accidents occurred near trails or trailheads. However, most if not all haven't been placed legally. I'm trying to find my mouse. Sorry, hang on. Oh, sorry, my mouse is on the other computer. How'd that happen? Get back here. Most of these trails identified in this proposal are not marked. Many of the trails were surveyed decades ago, and the actual trails do not always follow the same lines that are on the current published maps. As a result, it may be difficult for users to stay in compliance with any new regulations if this proposal passes. Again, Proposal 199 seeks to prohibit trapping within 50 miles of multi-use trailheads in the Matanuska-Susitna Borough, which includes units 13, 14, and portions of 16. The department is neutral on this proposal because it's primarily allocative, but we are opposed to a reduction in opportunity where a harvestable surplus exists and instead encourages trappers to be cognizant of the potential conflicts and to follow the Trappers Code of Ethics. Thank you.
And thank you. And I was listening to you and I heard you say within 50 miles of a trail. And I know, I don't think that's what you meant.
That's the other
I think you
proposal.
meant 50 yards. That was a different
50
one that
yards.
was 50
That was
miles.
the other one. Yeah, thank you.
So we'll clarify that it's 50 yards, within 50 yards of the trail.
That is
And
correct.
Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as this proposal is written, I just can't support it. So, and I think it would be too cumbersome for the board to try and amend it to something that's workable. So I would make a motion to postpone action on this proposal to the statewide meeting so that hopefully the stakeholders can get together and maybe come up with something that's more workable for everybody.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We have any discussion? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I was leaning on not supporting this proposal. There was at least several times people have commented about having the two groups or three groups get together, maybe amend this proposal to something more palatable to the board or board members. So, yeah, I'll support deferring it to statewide.
This is a debatable motion, so go ahead.
I think deferring it would be a great idea too. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, just thinking, you know, I'm from Talkeetna, you know, going around XYZ lakes, you know, something like that. No, there are spots there where this proposal, you know, might make sense, but there are a heck of a lot of spots in the state where I don't think it would make sense. And just the way that it's written, I wouldn't be able to support it, but I really do appreciate the different stakeholders maybe being able to get together, hammer something out, come up with a better idea a little bit later.
Okay, any further discussion, James? No. If there's no further discussion, go ahead, Lynn.
Yeah, just a couple more comments on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I mean, the things I would hope that the stakeholders would come out. So as it's currently written, public safety's already come out that it's virtually unenforceable because there's no defined lines on a majority of these trails. There's no, well, just for the aspect of all of it, these trails, there's no defined line of where the trail actually is or should be. And the Mat-Su Borough even mentions that in their, on their list of maps there. So I would hope that the stakeholders could come up with something that AWT would find more enforceable on a specific number of trails, that we could possibly implement some sort of restrictions that are palatable to both groups. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, we have a motion and a second before us, and if there's no objection, we'll move it to the statewide meeting, and the department will notice it appropriately. And Lynn, before we go on this, since we've now moved it to the statewide meeting, I'm going to ask you to contact the principals and see if you can get them together. The department does, you know, they're busy working on the other parts for the statewide meeting, and so anything you can do to facilitate that, it was your motion, so thank you very much.
I'll do best I can on that.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 10, allow the harvest of beaver by bow and arrow under a trapping license with a salvage requirements in units 9, 11, 13, and 16.
Second.
Moved and seconded, department?
Thank you. Proposal 10 was submitted by the public and would align regulations for taking beavers, Unit 9, 11, 13, 16, and 17, by allowing archery throughout the trapping season, provided the hide and/or meat is salvaged. The department is neutral on this method and means proposal. Current regulations October 10th through May 31st and April 15th through May 31st in Unit 9 and 17. And in Units 11, 13, and 16, the season's September 25th through May 31st. There's no limit in the fall seasons, and there is a limit in the Unit 9 and 17 hunt in the spring. Sealing is required in Units 9, 10, and 11, 13, 14A, 14B, and 17. And you may not disturb or destroy any beaver house or den. Beaver can be taken by a steel trap or snare, except in Units 9 and 17. A firearm may be used to take 2 beaver per day, provided that the meat is salvaged for human consumption between April 15th and May 31st. In Unit 17, a firearm or bow and arrow may be used, provided that the meat is salvaged between December 1st and April 14th. In Units 11, 13, and 16, between September 25th and November 9, all traps and snares must be submerged. And in Unit 16, a firearm may be used to take beaver throughout the trapping season. By allowing beaver to be taken during the open trapping season with bow and arrow, the allowable method of take under trapping regulations would then be aligned across the region. Beaver sealing is still required in most of the region, and it provides a qualitative and a quantitative assessment of beaver harvests. However, the sealing requirement for beaver taken in Unit 16 was eliminated in 2011, so we don't have any harvest available, information available here. So the numbers that are reflected on this annual beaver harvest under trapping regulations table represents a number of beavers that were either voluntarily sealed, which is not that uncommon, or beavers that had to be sealed as a result of nuisance permit conditions. As you can see in this table, the number of beaver taken through ground shooting is pretty low. No beavers have been reported taken with a bow in Region 4 since 2015. Recovering carcasses of beaver shot in the water can be difficult and oftentimes impossible, depending on water depth of movement and clarity. A beaver must be shot through the skull, a very small target, or they usually dive, often preventing salvage. The department doesn't have any conservation concerns for beavers. In the proposed units, the amount of trapping across the region has declined considerably and appears to only be a fraction of the historic effort. And of course, that harvest is also reflected in the decline in effort. Although effort and harvest has increased in Unit 13 in recent years. Observations of beaver sign during aerial surveys and activities, as well as discussion with moose hunters, trappers, Department fisheries staff indicate that beavers are widely spread and abundant throughout the region. Proposal 10 seeks to allow the harvest of beavers through archery by trapping license with salvage requirements in Units 9, 11, 13, and 16. The department is neutral on this method and means proposal because it has not documented a biological concern for beaver populations in the proposed unit. Anecdotal information suggests that beavers remain abundant across most of the region. If this proposal is adopted, many beaver that are shot in open water will likely sink and salvage may not be possible. We do suggest the use of bow fishing gear to effectively and efficiently retrieve beavers. Thank you.
Board comments, please. Orville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just note for the record that we had 3 advisory committees that were in support of this, and 2 were opposed, and 1 already had this in place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to amend the proposal to add, to require bow fishing equipment.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to amend the proposal to require bow fishing equipment, the use of bow fishing equipment when using archery to harvest beavers. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to note that Unit 17 already had bow equipment as an authorized method, and the board may wish to consider the additional bow fishing equipment for a requirement there as well.
Would you like to amend your amendment to make that requirement?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to amend my amendment to mirror the Unit 17 bow hunting for beaver with bow fishing equipment is same as Unit 17.
Second.
Okay, the amendment's been moved and seconded. You have additional discussion there at the department? Yes, Natalie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Natalie Weber with the Division of Wildlife Conservation. So I appreciate the conversation, but the board doesn't currently have a definition nor any other regulations that require bow fishing equipment. So I am familiar somewhat with what that is, but the board should probably discuss what they think that is so that we could accurately document it.
Stosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not a bow hunter, but to me, as long as the projectile has some sort of rope or line attached to it so that the hunter can retrieve the animal, maybe Brett or one of the other board members can elaborate.
Al.
Yeah, it's great thinking of definitions on the fly. Yeah, the concept is that the arrow is attached to, a string or a rope and may be attached to a fishing reel or one that you can just pull in yourself. we'd have to sit, if we wanted to get technical or get a good definition, I think we need to sit down and go look up. I think we all know what it is, but to define it in definitions, would maybe take a few minutes.
Would you like to take a few minutes and see if we can come up with something? We have plenty of time today.
Yeah, so let's take a little break and I'll
Take a
Google
little
it.
break and you and Stosh can talk about this and see what, with Natalie and Ryan. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to clarify that the department recommended that folks look into that equipment just to be more successful to retrieve the animal. We weren't recommending it as a regulatory aspect, if that helps the discussion.
Al?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask AWT if they have a concern about using language like bow fishing equipment, or do they want a definition?
Through the chair, Mr. Brett, I would prefer, we would prefer a definition anytime we had something that's unique or special. The issues I've seen over the past couple of years always tends to come back to a lack of a definition or something that can be overly broad, because then it becomes very hard to apply the regulation to the incident. So yeah, I think just some sort of clarification on there. I did a little bit of research here, just a quick Google search, and it says bow fishing is a method of fishing that utilizes specialized archery equipment to shoot and retrieve fish. Fish are shot, and you could replace this with beaver, I suppose, with a barbed arrow that is attached with special line to a reel mounted on the bow or crossbow. So I think you could even take something that's fairly generic like that and apply it, at least something like that, to it, so that it's a little more specific and it gives a little more teeth. It allows the user to understand what it is you're looking for them to have to make retrieval of the beaver more successful. Thank you.
Let's take a short recess and let Al and Stosh try to come up with a few words, and we'll come back to the amendment when we get back. But don't leave the room. Thank you. Back on the record at 4:42 PM, and we were discussing a definition in a amendment, and Member Hoffman.
Mr. Chair, I move to amend Proposal 10.
We have the amendment for you.
Okay. So in regards to the amendment before us, Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the language 5 AAC 75995A 55, bowfish equipment means a long bow, recurve bow, compound bow, or crossbow with an arrow with a barbed tip attached by a line to the bow.
Second.
Okay. So the full amendment is before us. That was just a change with an agreement so the full amendment is before the board to require bow fishing equipment under Proposal 10.
And include 17.
Right, and include 17. So the amendment would include Unit 17 and require bow fishing equipment. So, any discussion? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, I think, I don't think all archery hunters were anticipating that definition change, which it's really good. I think it is. But I would maybe have that as an option. You know, you could use either the bow fishing equipment or, I don't know, I don't think the department has any wounding loss on people taking beavers with archery equipment versus taking beavers with firearms. So, I don't know, I wouldn't be supporting it as requiring they use bow fishing equipment for taking beavers.
Okay, as the amendment stands.
That's the
right,
amendment, yes.
Would have that.
Yes.
My comment would be that I would be very concerned about shooting a beaver with bow fishing equipment and holding on to if you wound it, it could be quite exciting for a few minutes. But that said, it may minimize loss. As written, I'm not going to vote for the amendment, but I appreciate the discussion. Additional comments on the amendment? Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, the only question I have, and one reason I was kind of leaning towards supporting the amendment, is the fact that shooting a beaver with a firearm, especially in the head or that area, even if they sink, give them 30, 45 minutes and they develop gases and they float back up to the surface. You shoot a beaver with a bow through the big, I don't believe you're going to end up, I don't think they're going to develop those gases like they would with a bullet, because it'll be escaping through the hole and therefore they wouldn't come up. And with the fishing deal, you'd be able to retrieve them at that point.
Okay, Orville?
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Lynn. We either amend this as Stosh, I think somebody seconded his amendment.
Yes, it's been moved and
Yeah,
seconded.
either amend it or I won't vote for this.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
So the amendment's before us. Would you like to call the roll on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the amendment, Mr. Barrett,
No.
Mr. Keough,
Yes?
Mr. Huntington,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
No.
and Chairman Burnett.
No.
The amendment fails by a vote of 3 yeas to 4 nays.
Okay, the original proposal is back before us. Go ahead, Jake.
I'd just like to say, the reason why I couldn't support that amendment, I just don't know what it would be like to shoot a beaver with a bow and have it connected to to a reel and reel it up. I just don't know how effective it would be. I just felt like I didn't have enough information.
Additional comments on the original proposal, unamended? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had some experience of using bow fishing equipment on archery gear. You lose a lot of accuracy with having, a tether to your arrow. So I think if accuracy is important in this, not having the bow fishing equipment on there greatly improves that.
Thank you. And any additional comments on proposal 10 as written? I intend to support this proposal. I don't think there's much difference between using a bow and arrow and a firearm, as long as people are being responsible, and there is a salvage requirement. We don't know what wounding loss would be, but it's already legal in 17. And we'll, if there are additional comments, if not, go ahead, James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, for the same reason, I intend to support this as well. I think that, giving the bow hunters benefit of the doubt that they can be ethical hunters as well and take accurate shots with their bow. So that's my intent to support it.
Stash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the last two comments by the last two board members. Also, there's no biological reason not to have additional harvest on these beavers. And if for some reason we find out we're getting a large percentage of wounding loss, we can readdress it.
Thank you. Any additional, go ahead, Al.
Yes, I'll make one last comment, maybe for clarity. Because we're not restricting the use of bow fishing equipment, that it still could be used if a person chooses to.
That's correct.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Okay. Question, has the question been called?
Call the question.
Okay, Jake.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. Christie, would you call the roll?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal number 10. Mr. Keough.
Yes.
Mr. Huntington.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Proposal carries 6-1.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 11, add bow and arrow as a legal method of take for beavers in units 9, 11, 13, and 16.
Is there any objection to that? No objection. Okay, with that, we have concluded the region-wide and multiple units consideration, and I think we're going to recess for the day. It's 10 minutes to 5, but having a region presentation prior to, or a unit presentation right before we go home today would probably not be in our best interest. So we'll start that at 8:30 in the morning. And we will be looking at Unit 17 proposals, Dillingham area. Thank you. See you at 8:30.